Ugh. Yeah, that was a bit weird. Why is my fucking voice gone now? Jesus Christ. Um, Hello. Welcome to the stream, where apparently I have immediately lost the ability to fucking speak properly. Yeah, I got no idea what's going on. Like, I can feel that my voice isn't right, but like, there's something in my throat or anything. I just tried coughing and whatnot. Anyway, anyway. What am I doing? We are working on Hexagon maps. Oh, what the hell? Okay, okay. I guess that's what I get for not like speaking for like multiple days in a row. So text or examples, assets. That we have this. We split out the creature, and then we have like the human creature, right? That's somewhere in here. Like, I don't like that inside creature there is item, and items refer to the creature wearing things. Okay. Unknown. In somewhere in here is like human. There we go. So, I kind of want to do the very first thing is to have the player spawn in. Yeah, because we're trying to copy the Neo Scavenger idea of like when we create a map, we'll create a world or whatever we're calling it. We need to have the player spawned in. So, this will spawn the whole world map, and this spawns in the tiles for the world map. Now, the annoying the annoying thing is that I think the I don't get to do it outside the loop, but I was thinking like the issue is that the player that oh god that specifically spawns is so we need to do like something like map, because there's nothing that marks the the main map. How did it work? Is I want to use the new like BSN thing. So be like it's like spawn. It says only spawn empty and spawns in. How do you spawn a scene? I've forgotten how to spawn a fucking scene. God damn it. I think I can do it on commands, can't I? Commands that spawn. So there's a spawn scene, which you can't do from inside of here. So we have to be like, let map equal. Cut that, and then go to ID. Something like that. And then we say commands.spawn. Fuck, why? And then it's like BSN. I want to say it was like at player. Something like that. And then child of map. Oh god. Excel new. Apparently there's something we have to add. I have to work out what hex cell the thing's at. So if I go up to the map data, one of these is oh god. It's ocean. Yeah, okay, so we have to if we look in here, we're gonna lab. Cryolab. So that cryolab's at 40 -2. I hope that's the right coordinate system. Maybe it's it. God, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We'll find out. And then semicolon there. Cannot find player in scope. Yeah, we'll work on that. So that would be I'll probably use something like use create player. Alright. Because we have a player module, which I don't think it's got anything in it at the moment. God, why can I not fucking speak? Jesus Christ. God. Sorry for the fucking noise on the stream. This is pretty horrible, but like every time I speak, it's like you fucking get caught in my throat, and I fucking it's horrible. Okay. So we need like a pub struct player. That needs to derive something. Scene component. The player needs to be clone. And it also needs like from template. So clone, copy, and I guess default so that it can be from template. Okay. Now this takes in one argument. I don't know how to do it. All right, scene component. Do you have instructions? So, implementation for components that have an associated scene, which can be from properties. Yes. Like, how do I implement you? So you need to, to return something like that. And then we can say, I gotta go back to like the Bevy release thing so I can see what it fucking does. Also, new month means that the AI is going to start suggesting things, and GitHub will finally let me renew my fucking subscription. So we'll find out how annoying it gets if the AI keeps suggesting really stupid shit, or whether we can actually like go back to paying for that and having like tab complete and stuff. Widgets, buttons, observers, templates, templates. No. From template, no. Component, no. Okay, scenes. That way that worked. I guess it must, the macro must check to see if it implements scene. So that actually works. That's kind of cool. I like that as a bit of like random stuff. I'm just going to jump on Discord if anyone wants to hop in the lounge in there instead. I don't know why Discord's not letting me ban this fucking spam person that's come in, but every time I try to ban them, it just doesn't do anything. Whatever. So input player. So we have FN scene, and then scene does that, and then the scene is just going to be like a BSN like that, I think. So I think the scene, can we have maybe root? root is an entity. Like, is this gonna work? No, this function takes 1 argument, but 0 arguments were supplied. Yeah, right. Properties has to implement default, so you can't do that. Okay, so I guess we can just do that, which then just gives us. I assume player is already going to get inserted. I don't know what app player is about. I think that's just kind of it. We do need like the sprite and stuff like that, but like I guess we go sprite and then we say like image, which is then just a string to creatures slash human.png. Right? Like that's what it's just called. It's just called human.png. Okay. So I gotta go back to the Bevy thing and be like, oh, this isn't the right Bevy thing. This Bevy. So it's at to spawn the scene stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna rate you. We're gonna go here and be all like, this runs spawn map and then spawn map and then so it's not spawned. It's not spawning. It's not. Oh god, it's not spawning the test map that we have to do. It's spawning the map that we have to do. So we're gonna come in here, paste this down here, and then we say root equals this dot id. What is map? I guess map. Okay, so we have done this, which will then hopefully spawn our player in, because we're going to say at player, and then we set child of, and we're going to put them in negative 4040, and then this should just like load the player in. I have no idea if this is actually going to work. Oh, I guess we'll find out, because it'll either spit an error or it won't. So click play, and we go, okay, did it spawn the player in? Oh. Hello. Huh. Hello. Okay. Unexpected that it just worked. Okay. Hello, player. You have in fact spawned in. Now I gotta remember how we set up the example for like the test map stuff. That was in like crates and examples and basic map, and then go. For some reason, you're saying that hex map style is not a resource. Did I fuck this up somehow? Not entirely sure how this is. Hex map style fallback. Hex map style. Something like that. That's how that worked. Anyway, so how the hell did you work? Move on, click. I'm sure this is the thing that I modified. Did I fuck up and revert my git somehow? Or did I fuck this up somehow? Where? Oh god. Where's my added pathfinding, which is under Hexagon script pathing? No, so it's got all the pathing and stuff. It's just for some reason it's not rendering it. Like it's just not loading. Okay, so anyway, how did I make you able to be clicked and moved? Or move on click. Okay, so this calculates the path between A and B. And it's just path.next, and then we said player, entity player, insert path. Right. So the player needs the figurine or something, I think. So when we spawn in this test map, how do we do that? So it just needs the figurine, I think. Oh, it needs to be anchored there, apparently. Be standing in the right spot. Maybe not. Anyway, figurine. We need to go back to our layout and say that you are also a Hexagon's figure. Alright. Apparently figure is not clone. Well, that's annoying. Alright. I mean, you can clone copy. That doesn't have default. But I'm giving it its default value. That's me giving it default. What do you mean it doesn't have default? That is its default. I'm assuming it's because I'm returning scene. And scene probably has additional restrictions on what is allowed to be returned. Okay, so we have our sprite, and we're calling the sprite a figurine. Ah, God, I need to I need to do something that's like move on click, I guess. So move on click needs to be click is on pointer click. So again, to copy the idea of like Neo Scavenger, we need to effectively let's open up Steam and go back to Neo Scavenger. This is the issue, because like I don't like some of these mechanics, but I'm going to copy them as faithfully as I can, just because, like, I guess why not? Because like my ability to move the player smoothly rather than instantly teleporting them means that I could, in theory, do like other things, and we don't need to have like movements every so often. But anyway, we're going to say we click continue. So up here you have like the moves left, which for whatever reason is a float value. And when you move, it consumes a movement. So, like, I wouldn't want to fix that, because I would consider it a bug that you can move even if you don't have enough movements to be able to move. But anyway, so we need I don't know, like a pub struct actions, which is well, oh, I want to go like use 16 maybe, because I feel like using a float would be the easiest, obviously, to actually like represent the values. But the issue with a float is that you run into that, like, it's a float. When you're not actually representing a float, you're representing, like, this is more like 100 out of 100, because the actions can't be like arbitrarily small. They can only be like 0.01 is the smallest arbitrary action, so why not just give you 100 actions and call it like the number of seconds or something? Anyway, I'm gonna make my actions a U16 like this. So we're gonna say click on move, and we're gonna say if okay, so I'm gonna call this player marker actually, like so, and then we're gonna make a new system parameter. So like pub struct player is going to be like this, and we're going to say that this is derived system param. Right. So do that, and then this is going to have the actual player, which is going to be a single, which is going to be, I guess, so player and it's T. And then this is going to be T. I guess, yeah, no, T. And then T with player. Player marker. Player marker. Something like that. So you need a W and S lifetime. You also need a W and S lifetime, and then T here, you're going to complain that T is not iter query data, so T needs to be iter query data, like that. Okay, and then it says that the parameter T may not live long enough for the, okay, so you're a static T. T is not a component. Okay, so do we change this to component? Something like that then. All right, that that might work. So then we can say here, we can say we want to get something about the player. So we can grab the entity. We might need to make it a bundle instead of a component. Hex cell, because that's where the player is currently located, like that. Yeah, so it does not. Okay, so this needs to be bundle, not component. Bundle. So what is your problem? So you're saying T is not a component. Plus item query data. Okay, so okay, so T is just that. So you're saying that the parameter T must okay, do I have to put it here and do like item from this is, I assume, when I hover over you say D as query data item W. How the fuck do I do this? This doesn't take lifetimes in. So there is definitely a way to make it. Whereas it needs to be static, doesn't it? That's what it's saying. That the type needs to be static. Okay. So then I can say that it's entity and then hex cell, and then we can go down here and we okay, click on move, and we're going to say, well, we also need the player's actions as well. Okay, so actions is not a component at the moment, so we need to derive a component on you, like something like that. Right. That brings us down to here. Then we can do the fancy fun stuff of saying, well, we also need cells, which is just going to be a query for cell. That was a hex cell. And that's just going to be like to work out what you clicked on. So we're going to say click dot button equals pointer button primary. So something like that. If does not equal return. Note this as only respond to primary click. God, I do miss the AI documenting my code. That is pro redoing the subscription. All right, so when you click, we do this. Okay, so we're gonna say clicked equals cells dot get click dot entity else return. So this is get the cell or the player or the different user clicked on. Right, so we get you, and then we say if distance, if player dot dot player dot 0 the dot 1 equals clicked return. So well, I guess we can call this let current equals player dot 1. Right, so then if current equals clicked, can't move to the cell we are already on. Right, then we say if current dot distance to clicked is greater than 1, return can't move to a cell that is more than 1 away. Alright, you're returning because you're supposed to be okay. Okay, that's fine. Right. Right, and then we get to here. I guess we need commands. Something like that. Then we're going to go info. Moving player from to commands player insert move figurine to over 12, 5, 6 goes. Two clicked over 1 second. Okay. Okay, so this is moving. No, so we need to observe. Add observer. That's interesting because, like, personally, I would actually prefer to be scanning for certain clicks rather than like adding the observer that responds to every click, because then you could like disable it. That's interesting. Okay. Anyway, so we're gonna say add observer, move on click. I guess we do need to add the ability to add a filter. So this needs to be f, which equals is by default. This f is never used, so it's something like like that. And then you're saying, yep, you're complaining because F needs to be like query filter or something, doesn't it? So your F needs to implement query filter. Then we just import that. F also needs to be static. Oh, yes, static. Like that. Static plus query filter. Right, so that would let me say like here and be all like, this doesn't get to run if there is without move figure. So this should translate to, it only runs the click check if there's no if no player exists that's already trying to move. So you can't like click and then click again. So when I run this, I do kind of want it to maybe trace out like why it's not moving kind of thing, but we also didn't at all check to see if the actions were greater than 0, but also the player doesn't have actions at the moment. So it may not even work at all, to be honest, because the player doesn't have any actions. And that was like a required thing. Where the hell is the player? Here. Player's over here. If I click here, it's literally doing nothing. So we need to go to our player up here and go, hey, when we implement player marker, the player marker needs to get actions. And the player is going to get given 500 starting actions. Actions apparently doesn't have a clone. It's so annoying that it needs to have such a special, unique fucking set of things. Can I just say action then? If you're going to be pedantic like that, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to say that action. Yeah, we're going to say impl default for action. So action's going to start with 500 of them. Action also needs to be clone, which also can be copied because, you know, why not? Right. So now the player should at least trigger this because they're going to have a hex cell and they're going to have actions. And they're obviously going to have the player marker, I assume. I actually don't know if it's going to give them the player marker. Because I just called spawner. I didn't actually necessarily say that that actually has the ability to be a component. So maybe it didn't. There's not even a player marked. That's fun. So we have the world map. And then we open up the world map and we go to its children. One of these children is not like the others, which is there is lots of them. There are far too many of them. Apparently not, actually. Wait, what? Then who the fuck's the player? Okay. I want to say something like this. Now it's going to call it player marker, but it should also mean that it definitely has a player marker. I'm wondering if this is going to crash saying that you can't have the same component twice. Because spawning it via a scene component may not necessarily mean that it actually gets the scene component. But now if we type in player, see inside the world somewhere there is actually a player, which apparently is Hexagon. Oh, it's inside of Hexagon 40-2. There's the player. That's fun. All right. So now if I come over to wherever the player is over here, if I was to say click here, is anything happening? No. I don't think I've made these clickable. Might be what's going on. That is interesting. I don't really want them to be clickable, but I also don't know if I want to spend all that time computing where they're clickable. So we can go to the map, and we got like a gen map somewhere in here. It's U. Yeah, I do find it interesting that apparently when you spawn related commands doesn't. Interesting. Anyway, so we give it the type of hexagon it is, the cell type it is this here. I guess we want the name to format that, and then we want the hexagon type, the cell type, the tile type. What was I doing? I needed something pickable. Right, so making it pickable should mean that the code at least detects that I'm clicking on it and it will make it pickable. So I can actually like select a cell to pick. So where are we? Over here somewhere, right? Right. Oh no, I've done it again. So what's happening now, annoyingly? So I can definitely click on cells that are within 1, but I can't click on cells that are within 2. Right. So what's happening here is that the code that detects the mouse movement is detecting all clicking or whatever. So like hex camera, the drag. So it's detecting click and drag, but it's detecting every single click and drag, and not if drag dot entity dot id dot index does not equal 0. Return. Right. So this is if you click and drag anything except the window. I think it's entity 0 is the window. I definitely know that 0 always seems to turn up whenever you click something. Thank you. Yeah, I figured that. So that should stop it from detecting. So basically, it's just that when you click and you hit like where there's stacked elements, and so the idea is that like if I click the background, it would only click and drag like normally. Oh, now it's not working at all. Okay, so I need you to print out what you're hitting. So can we like print? I'm sure we've fixed this before, but it needs a transform and a projection. We update all of them. So what am I dragging? Because I thought it was 0. 0 is like the thing that you click and drag. Like if you don't hit anything, you hit 0, which is the window itself. But apparently that's not the case, because even with it detecting 0, what are you fucking hitting? Apparently it's entity 35. This one hits like a different number. That's hitting like 400, 600, but if I hit this one, it's 65. So who the fuck is 65? Just the window. All right. So I guess we just need to go. So I guess nothing, and then like with window, right? And then we say if window dot get drag dot entity dot is error return. Okay, so if you click and drag anything except the window, except I guess we'll call it a window. I always thought it was 0, but apparently it's possible to spawn stuff in before you get to 0. This should fix that, because now we're no longer clicking on the window itself. We're only detecting the window itself, and we should not detect the other things. There's probably a better way of doing that, but anyway. All right, so now our clicking and dragging is actually like back to normal. Now we just need to find the player. We do need to work out like why exactly the player is standing behind when they first spawn in, but anyway. They probably failed to find the map or something. So moving player from 40 to -2 to, okay. Okay, that's kind of cool. I like that. So again, I don't know at what point I stop copying the game to make it what I would consider better, which is effectively going like, okay, so you check this and you go, hey, make sure they left clicked, and then we can make sure they clicked on a cell, but it's more like if player dot player dot 2 equals 0 return. With this one I actually want to say something. We're going to say something like it's more like in info. Player has no actions left, cannot move. That's going to be disgusting. Anyway, so player has no actions left, cannot move. And then when we get down to here and we say, hey, move the player, can we then say something like player dot 2 dot 0 dot equals player dot 2 dot 0 dot sub is it saturating sub 100. So we should get 5 moves. Cannot borrow this mutably. Okay, that's easy to fix. I want to unwrap the player, so we want to say something like let entity current position equals player dot into inner, like that, and then we say if actions dot like that. So I need you to be a derefable thing. So can you please be deref? Like so. That should let you treat. No. Okay, that's annoying. So to double deref you. Oh, that's annoying. Anyway, double deref you. So if actions equals 0. Then we come down here and we say, okay, so we need to say dereference actions. Dereference actions equals dereference actions subtract. Right, because you're not deref mute. That's fine. So that, in theory, should let me something. I'm sure. So we need to go. This is entity. Okay. So then this would be current, which is just still just called current. We don't actually care about current. Yeah. Right, and then we don't need this mutably apparently, because when you deconstruct it, you do it. Okay, yep. Right, so this should mean that we can move the player 5 times before it basically says that the player has run out of movements and they're not allowed to move anymore. I wonder if there are shortcuts in this game. If not, we're definitely adding shortcuts because I'm lazy and would rather add shortcuts than buttons. So spacebar ends turn. Okay, that's good to know. So start and stop running. Hide tracks. Okay. Okay, so things do have shortcuts too, which is nice. Okay, I'm gonna click play and go over to the player. We need to somehow set the camera over the player. We also need to set the player's like transform to like not be 0. Still very unclear on why the player gets rendered underneath if they've fucking got the same. But anyway, so we just need to go back to you. Go to you. Go to. Go to you. Go to player. Go upper section. Go transform from translation. Actually, we might need to do that. We can just say translation. I wonder if that will work. We'll find out. Anyway, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Player can't move. No actions left. Ha fucking da. Also, something tells me that we should probably only be checking the player's remaining actions after we've decided that they've clicked on something, that they haven't clicked where they currently are, if current direction, distance is... yeah, work out if we can... Just because I don't want it printing this info when, like, it's actually... You couldn't move there anyway, so we only actually want it to say that when the player has actually, in fact, run out of actions. Right. So, what we're going to need to do is somehow, like, up a layer. I don't know what to be called. I want to say like mod phase. Something like that. And then we can be like, use Bevy prelude. God, can you stop? Be like pub enum. Schedulers. Neo. Right, so end turn. It's something like that. And then we want to say like that this derives schedule label. Now, I think that's going to require you to have a bunch of shit that's not apparently going to work at the moment. So we go to lib and we're going to make you... I never know what to call shit. That's the biggest issue with this kind of stuff. Okay, so you're saying that this needs to be hash equal par equal clone debug. Right, so then we go down to player. We're going to say... Well, it's not even player. It's probably in phases. We want to be like... Plug in a net and be like, because eventually the game's going to stop being turn-based, but like once I've finished making it parity with the game with Neo Scavenger, I'm going to make it no longer turn-based, because personally I think the idea of the fact that like you get to do a bunch of actions, maybe the AI being on another turn does make a little bit of sense, but it's more like I'd want the AI to make their decision every hour, and then the player just gets to do whatever they want to do. And if it's like, if this is going to take 3 hours, then it just means that the AI is going to have 3 actions to respond to whatever the player's doing. But like the fact that like you literally like to play optimally have to like craft things in a certain order. Like I would do all my crafting and then move, because it doesn't matter how much of a turn I have left. It will take like as long as it's not 0, you can craft anything, and it doesn't matter how much that would cost. And I'm going like that. To me, that's a side effect of it being turn-based. But anyway, we're gonna say we don't actually have to even fucking do anything. Well, I guess we do. We go fn caps lock fn end turn. Right, and this is going to take in something, probably a mutable world. it's something like this. So an exclusive system, right? And then we just say like world dot run schedule, and then the schedule label is going to be neo schedules end turn, right? And then this is app dot add system. I want to say like maybe post update. So the idea is that like if you want to fuck around with things before they end the turn, you can do it in update. And then in post update, we say end run turn, and then we run if key code space. Well, I guess it's honestly, I like the run condition being run here, but also fuck that run. Just oh no, I need to access the world. I actually need to use run conditions. I completely forgot that. That is a very valid use case of run conditions, is that you no longer need, like, you can run condition on exclusive systems, whereas you can't do that because I'd have to check the world. I'd have to pull out the resource. So it's like input just pressed key code space, right? So it's saying something about a mismatched type, right? That's more to do with they haven't. Okay. So in post update, you do this, you do this. Okay, so then we're gonna also have a quick little like FN. I guess we would run it here. We'd say info running and turn schedule. Right. Can we fix the spelling of schedule so it stops blue lining on me? Right, so we can say, hey, end line schedule, an end to turn, and it'll say, hey, I'm about to run the end turn schedule, and then we go to player, and we go, hey, player, can we say pub refresh actions, right? And then this is just going to take in mute actions. I don't even know if we need the one with the player marker, but maybe because that would imply no. Again, the AI is not going to have actions because the AI is going to have that like level of like the AI knows that it's only going to be doing one turn worth of shit, so the AI is not going to queue up something that like theoretically it shouldn't be allowed to do, and if it does, it'll just take longer. Like anyway, so actions we need to modify actions, so we need to go in here and we need to say like available. Which I'm going to say again is U16. And then max, right, which is also a U16. Right, so when you dereference this is the deref target, thank you. So if you treat actions as a thing, it'll only tell you the available actions. But then when we come down here, we're going to say, okay, so we can also like impl actions. So I do like that, and then reset. This is why we have the AI. The AI is good for this kind of AI, like development. I really should maybe move actions into their own thing, but anyway, reset actions. So then a reset actions, we're going to just say for actions in a mute reset actions, right? Because refreshing actions is going to happen at the end of the turn. We should probably also trace that. I don't know. So when we say default, we're going to say actions new 500. Right. Then we go up here and we say like app.add systems, and then the schedule is going to be crate. What was it called? Phase. Neo schedules end turn, and then the system is going to be refresh action. So now, when I hit spacebar, we're going to be able to move up to 5 times, then hit spacebar, and that should refresh our action so that we can move another 5 times. I think we need to start working on like this UI that's laid out. Like, honestly, the UI is chunky as all hell, but like I actually do kind of like it. So I think we want to get to work on making this UI, I guess. So all this stuff is going to be like it's visible on it no matter what screen you're on. Or right. Some of it I'm going to have to like hide because it's a little bit weird that like you can change which cursor you have open even when you're not on like a cursor. Oh no, you can't. Okay, never mind. This is okay. So that means that is actually dependent on the screen that you're in. Good to know. Good to know. Interesting. Okay. Anyway, when we click play, we're gonna come over here. Right. So when I click here, you can move, and you can 2, 3, 4, and then we're gonna 5, and now we should be stuck here. Like it's saying, "Hey, can't do any more moves," and we hit spacebar. Ooh. Okay. Oh, we didn't add the phases plugin. That's right. That would help. Player plugin app.add plugins, and then it's phases turn-based schedule plugin. Right. I guess we can hit spacebar immediately and then see what it says. Hey, running in turn schedule. Right, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you can't move, and then we hit spacebar, and then now you can move again. All right. Let's go to git and commit this and be like added ability to move player. Right. So I want to swap over to like doing it like the UI kind of stuff, just so that we can actually see what the fuck's going on. So it's going to be in UI, and I don't know if it's going to be called menu. I get like, would it be a menu? Because I really want to rework the menu stuff so that it works really well, like that it feels nice to make a menu. So it would be like here, and this is like the UI plugin. So we have our UI theme, we have our feathers plugin, and then we have our spawn main menu, and then this is like init resource main menu menu stack. Okay. Because my thinking is, because like this stuff's always here, it's not really like I guess it is kind of a menu, but not really. It's more like screens. So the character creation screen. So then you like the game state. So this go-to screen. Game screen. So these are the game screens. Okay, so yeah, so this is the add plugin, the creation screen. So this is the end of the world screen, right? So, world screen plugin, right? So this builds the world screen plugin. So I need you to be like app.add plugins, world screen plugin, something like that. Ta-da. So that's going to be effectively, I guess, tab. It's weird. Right, so tab. That's going to be everything we can see on this screen. This is going to be considered the, like, when you open the main screen. So I guess is it main? Probably not. Is it called map? Is it called world? What is it called? Well, this is called main map. This is called zoomed out mini map. Okay, so map. Right, so we go here. We go, okay, so app.add schedule on enter game screen map. Okay, open main UI. I think that should work. So we need to go back to our like main menu thing. Is that menu builder? Which actually I don't know if menu builder is separate to a UI, but anyway. I kind of want it to be, but I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to manage that anyway. So I think we're going to use the menu builder because it just seems more interesting that way. And also like more like a reusing parts that work. So you spawn this in. So so this spawns the main menu. You go to menus, we go to main menu. And we go, okay, so when we say the play button, we close the main menu and we trigger this. So this sound needs to somehow transition to this correct screen. I guess, maybe. How did the other one work? Like, surely the new game button would transition to get a game state set. So I feel like this one should be more like, instead of triggering play. Okay, well, no, it does kind of just do that, doesn't it? So we want to say, see, because play's not really supposed to do this. When you click play, like the play button is supposed to open the like, do you want to load a game or do you want to main menu a game? Which maybe that should be its own kind of thing. Maybe like it should be new, continue maybe, and then new. I don't know. Anyway, game state, and then you're going to go here. We're going to say game state dot set. Wait, game screen. Okay, yeah, cool. So just game screen, and then we're going to open map. All right, so that should set it to map, which should then trigger this to call open map UI. So I don't want the map UI opening all the time, but it should work. So then we're gonna like fn open map UI, which just takes in commands and does nothing with them, please. We're just gonna like maybe print line open map UI. Takes in 2 arguments. Not add schedule, add systems. And it's to that schedule, and then that opens up this, which should then print. So now when I run the game, we should now print out that the game that we've opened. Why is this open? This will then print out that we've opened. Make it bigger for anyone that wants to be able to read it a little easier. So when I click play, it should say, "Hey, open map UI." So for one, we need to set the camera to the right fucking spot. I feel like we need some commands that we can do with some of the things like not scenes, maybe in map. I feel like map should probably be its own independent thing. I need the map when we say like load new map. Wherever the hell that is. Where the fuck is our like test map thing? Where the fuck is the code? Open world, no. Main. Right. Main menu. What the fuck do you do when this is menu maker? Menu, main menu. So main menu, you call this wherever the fuck this is, and then this calls run cache spawn world map. So here we have access to commands. We would like to trigger commands.trigger move camera to, and then hexel new 40 -20. Right, so then we have to go like probably in like lib and be like, maybe I have to play. Where do we even spawn the camera? That is the more important question, I guess. When do we spawn the camera? Game scenes plugin, UI plugin, or gen plugin. I don't think it's in the crate. Okay, you are not in charge of spawning the camera, correct? Like you add the map plugin, you add the render plugin. You don't spawn the camera at all. So let's just search here and say like camera 2D. Somewhere I spawn the camera. This is in basic map. Spawn camera. But is that in the example? I think that's in the example. This is in screw. Okay, so Hex camera has its own fucking thing. There is actually a crate. Oh, there's a module called Hex camera. That's what we were looking for. Right. So we're gonna say enum. The AI is better at this than I am. Camera movement is much better. So sure, you can have that. It also needs to be an event, please. Event. So we go back to map. We go here. And we go camera movement. This needs to be public. Okay, camera movement. We're going to call it jump. Because jump's going to imply that it doesn't take any time, it just immediately goes there. Anyway, camera movement. Jump. Okay, so it's just going to jump to there. And then we're going to say FN move camera. Event is an on camera movement. This is what annoys me, is because I'd want to call it a camera movement request, because the idea is that like when you trigger the on, it's just going to do. So it's like match event. Can I just match the event? I don't think this will work. I think I have to like specifically say that it's yeah, it's this. So we have to be like dot event like that. So then cell, and then okay, so we're gonna go like camera. So I don't think we need the camera rotation. I think we just need the camera's transform. And then it's not just with camera, it's like a with hex camera or something. One camera, identity, name, camera 2D, hex. No, how the fuck do you know what camera is the main camera hexagon map? How do you know what camera is the right camera? Elements, utilities, cells, pathing, rotation, rendering. I mean rendering. Hex camera. Hex camera does nothing. So that calculates the Z, apply rotation. So this is any camera that's changed hex. Okay, so it just having a hex rotation is how you know that it is a hex camera, which I guess works. So we're going to come back down here and go. I don't think that's a good way of doing it. I think we want it to have like a marker that says hex rotation, but anyway, camera. I guess it would just be a camera with hex rotation. That's why it needs to be a hex camera, because it doesn't, like, technically not specifying the hex rotation would still be a valid hex camera. So it just means that it's like you're not allowed to rotate the camera. Anyway, when we say jump, and we say so you jump to here, which is this particular cell, and then we're going to say cell dot 2xy. So we need the map style. Maybe. Hex map style. So that does mean that it is going to actually need to point to like a global hexagon, because otherwise it needs to be able to reference a specific like map. So I guess we can call this jump. like what world? No, we'll call it jump world or jump global. I don't know. Because the idea is that like a jump local would require you to specify which map that you need to look up the cell, and then like once you've looked up the cell, you can jump the camera relative to that. Anyway, so you have that, which gives us our fallback style, which then says we can say like reference to style, like so, which will give us our let x, y, z equals this, which dot extend with 0, because again we don't want that. So we hit this event, we get to here, and then I guess we go. Oh no, because it needs to be specific to each. Okay. Let the function equal, and the function is going to be something that takes in a transform. And it just needs to apply it. So this is just going to return nothing, but it's more about like having the function signature. I guess we can just actually, if I just say that this is a function pointer that takes in a mute transform, I can then just semicolon it saying like apply. Ooh, no, just a function pointer won't necessarily work. Because I don't know if it'll be allowed to have, we'll find out. So the way that you're going to work is that you're going to effectively say apply equals move transform translation equals. So yeah, it's mismatch type expected function pointer. Something like that, maybe. Right, so then we're saying that apply equals this, and then when you get to the end here, we say for camera, and then we say apply. I'm just going to consume this one because I don't care. Right, so effectively each type of jump is going to give it like a different way of doing a function. So the idea would be that this one we could say move. World, right, which would then be like, oh look, there's a new event type. Yeah. So we add the new event type, and the new event type goes, hey, like when we say, oh, don't lerp it, you fucking weirdo. Plus equals XYZ, like that. So the idea is that when you call move and pass in a hex cell, you move the camera by that amount. Whereas when you call jump, you actually move the camera to that location. And then they always just apply at the end. So it's like, just as long as they come up with a function that lets me turn like any camera. Anyway, so we're going to say jump world, and then you jump to that location. And that should mean that when we run this, the camera should immediately jump to that location as long as we, like actually add the trigger, which is the hex camera. Move camera. So we can do like app.add observer move camera. Right, so that should work that like when we spawn in, it should fire a command that says jump the camera to where the player is currently located. We could make it always jump to the player specifically, which might be a smarter way, but that would be more like when you load a world, you want to do that. So like when we click play, hey, look, it jumped directly onto where the player is. And then I can drag it around, I can click and the player moves. Okay, so let's go here and say this jump to look at player when new game is made. Okay, to commit that. There we go. So we jump the camera to where the player is whenever they make whenever you start a new game. We always just like make sure that the camera's looking at the player rather than like the corner of the map where I spawn it in. I completely forgot what I was doing. Oh, right, scenes. So we have a world scene. So this opens the world, which means that we need to do this, which is like, okay, so I guess you need to bring in, for now, I'm going to say the menu builder, which is the menu builder, something like that, right? Because our menu builder lets us do some fun stuff. Apparently, it's not a valid schedule. No, okay, so it's not a menu builder, it's a menu manager. Okay, so the menu manager is the system. The menu builder is the one that does the building. Okay, so opening that. Now, what we could do is go up here and say that these different game scenes are also menu game screens. This is a menu. And then this is like load game. This is character creation. This is map, and this is mini map. Okay, so I like the idea of doing that. I don't know how to. I don't remember how to do that, but like that's something I definitely have the ability to do. So we're gonna say so menu. So we could say new menu. I like the idea of having a new or open. So we say new menu. And then the menu just needs to implement menu, which I believe just means it like has a menu ID, right? Like, what is menu? Pub trait menu has like path ID node from, so menu stack. Man, I don't remember how any of this stuff works. So ID, which gives you a menu ID, which just hashes the fucking name, right? Like it just defaults, yeah, so it's interesting. Right, so menu ID, which has a menu and an optional count. Okay. Okay, so can I give you menu? I guess we go down here and like import menu for game screen, something like that. But then we're just gonna like qualify as like create UI menu, because then everything's implemented by default, right? Like, because these all have default implementations, which is that the path is just the type name. Okay, and then the ID is that, and then the node is I don't know about node. I feel like this should probably return that like impulse scene bullshit that I was looking at before, like that the whatever the menu thing returned. Because then like we could do some weird scene stuff. But anyway, I don't care at this point. It's old code that I'm gonna have to rewrite at some point. Anyway, we go back to our scene. So this is our world scene. Okay, so open, and then we go like game screen map. Can't borrow this new. Okay, so new. So this will give us a menu builder that we can then use to build our menu. Okay, so because my thinking is that like you'd probably want to do like little sub menu-y bits somehow. Not entirely sure how I'm going to combine that, but the idea would be that like because no matter which menu you open, they all have this piece. If I just mean that like if I just make that the base menu object, we can like just always have that be there. Be there, beware. Anyway, so we need to go something like, so we've opened a new main menu, and then I don't remember what the new main menu does. Because it's not every time it enters here. It's like any time. So we probably do something more like let's go pub fin open or new. Right. So then it's going to say if we call open, which is anything that implements a menu name, we get an optional entity, which is to take the name to open self.get menu entity name. If let sum open self.stack to current and it does not equal open, does not equal to open self entity insert hidden self commands entity to open insert visible self.stack open to open sum to open. So this appears to hide the currently open thing, which is interesting. Anyway, so pub from open or new, which is if let's, what did the error come up with? So get menu ID, self open menu ID. Okay, menu builder self and otherwise self new menu. I mean, I guess that's what I want. He does some fancy stuff, but that's effectively like as close as I could probably get to what I actually want. All right, so open menu, open or new, menu builder, menu builder. Button builder, menu builder. Right. So we want to go back to this scene and we're going to go, this is open or new. I guess it's more like here that we want to say the we need like a mod. We know like pub mod common. UI. Something like this. So we have common UI, and then the like have the pub and open common UI, which has a menu manager, and we're going to say, hey, like open, and like let new. So I guess we have to like import this, right? What I'm going for here is pub struct common UI, something like this. And then we go here, we go, I don't know if we're going to open or new. I want to say open. The issue is that does open, when you call open, right, so open requires an entity, so open definitely won't work. So we need to go open menu. Right. So it's more like if open menu, well, maybe just add the ability to task the menu manager. Menu exists. Self stack get menu entity reference to menu is sum. Right, so we say if menu manager dot menu exists common UI, we just want to return. Right. So you need to import menu. Can you know? Okay, it's probably like not the most efficient way of doing this because like it's gonna hash a bunch of stuff all the time, but anyway. I think I have to like give it a reference to that. Okay, so we have our menu, then we're gonna say let menu equals, okay, menu manager, new menu, common UI. Right. So we're gonna open the common UI, and then the common UI is going to be menu dot because what I'm thinking is I want like everything else to end up sort of inside the other UI, because like the common UI effectively like it's going to shrink the main space down to just this, and then everything else can like be placed within here, because as you can see like every other UI element is within that space. But anyway, we need to have a button main menu. Menu it's is that a horizontal? No, it's a vertical. Vertical. Left equals vertical. Right, so we have our left. Then we're gonna say like left dot button main menu, something like that. Then underneath we're going to have a left dot label, I guess. Moves left. I think that's the wrong left, but anyway. Label dot space. Wait, we have a gap, like right, like space. Space. No. Can I dot? No. Okay. I don't know. 100 out of 100. Right. So we have left dot button menu moves left. And you just like, I'm gonna put this on the other monitor so I can see it without having to like constantly reopen it. Bring that. So if anyone's typing in chat, I'm sorry if I miss it. Also, like, what the fuck is going on with it? Fuck. All right. I don't know what's up with YouTube. YouTube's being weird. Anyway. Okay. So then under that we have left dot label. I guess it's hunger. Sure. We're only out of 100. Right, so we have to like copy this, and then they're like, so it's hunger. Then it's thirst. So hunger, thirst, rest, weight, temperature, outdoor temperature, health, money, dollar sign. And then it is button, world. What is it? Map, button, mini map. I have to keep calling them buttons because I think I have buttons with images, but like I don't remember how this fucking thing works. Now, annoyingly, if you're full screen, it moves a bunch of them to the other side. If you're not full screen, it stacks them all vertically. But whatever. So then we have so skills. Okay, so we have map, mini map. So then it's skills. This needs a spacer. So we're gonna say label gap. And then that is crafting. All right, so we have crafting. Then so that's the entire left side. Then we need to say like let mute center equals menu.vertical. So center is going to have I guess we call it a label, and this is going to be other screen. Then we have center.label. This is log. Log. And then we have center dot. Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. Because the buttons are on the other side, as you see here, like this is, I guess technically it's like, so you have this will fill the entire left side. And then somehow this will fill here. This will fill underneath, but then like what goes here and then what goes here are two different things. And I think you have to go vertical and then horizontal, whether you have the content and then this, and then you have to add this and then add this. Maybe we add this. Maybe they don't need to be their own thing. So we can say like, so you have a vertical, and then instead of having a center, you would just have menu label, except you wouldn't have the log. You would then have a left, which is then no, this is right, and then the right would have and then menu dot label tool. Right, so then we give something like right dot label context UI. Right, so the context UI is this stuff here, which is like, for some reason, that's like the only bit that actually changes based on what menu you're open. And most of the time, if it's an inventory, it's got these buttons. If it's the map, it's these buttons. If it's this, it's nothing. So like this is the context specific area. All right. So then it's right. I need to move this back where I can see it. So right dot button inventory. Right dot button. What button came next? Full screen. Health. Then it's right dot button camp, and then right dot button vehicle. That is spelled so horrendously wrong. Vehicle. Right. So, no idea what this is actually going to look like. But when we go to here, when we open this world, you're going to say super common UI spawn common UI. So open common UI, and this is going to take in, instead of being this, it's going to be mutable reference, which shouldn't make any difference. It should just mean that I can easily call it from other places. So we say it's open common UI. So then that should work. The open common UI, I think, wants to return probably what the common UI was. But I do want to know like what this will look like. It's gonna look kind of funky, to be honest. But I do feel like the different things like the health and stuff like that's probably gonna need to be split into its own thing. So I mean, that's not terrible in terms of what it's supposed to look like. So minimap, map, minimap, gap, skills, crafting, yep. And then these are all bigger. This is main menus in the right spot. Okay, and then open is other screen, and then context log. Okay, so log and tools are down there, which means that that's incorrect because they need to wrap somehow. I don't know how to make them wrap, but that is interesting. So the open common menu. So when we open this menu, we say new menu, menu dot node dot update component. Apparently we're not using the Bevy prelude, which is fun. So not a prelude. Bevy prelude, thank you. So that all makes that work now. Now it's percent 100, percent 100. Right, so that should update the node. Now I really do need to update this to use the new scene thing because it'll like, I feel like it's worth the effort to go and actually bother with that. All right, so now this fully fills the screen. The other screen section is the one that needs like the flex grow. So context UI. No, it's the other screen. So this is still called the label, but we're going to say I guess we just copy this. So it's like label, update component. So update component, node, and then so it's not sent. So what all we want to do is say like maybe flex. Was this node dot flex grow equals 1. Right. Now the other annoying thing is, and this is what we're gonna have to start messing around in the thing, is that we need to at some point turn on flex wrap. But I think that's in this needs flex wrap turned on, because that will allow for some of these items like the log and the tool, which need to wrap underneath. So effectively, we need to like fix their height. So the context UI needs to take up a certain amount of space so that these buttons will end up a certain size. So context UI maybe. Hey, welcome. Sorry, my voice is fucking still shot from being sick. I thought it was better. Like admittedly, I haven't been talking very much for the last like week, but like I was going, oh yeah, I'm no longer coughing my guts up and that kind of thing. And then as soon as I started streaming, I went, nope, my voice is still fucked. Like it just feels super phlegmy and like disgusting. But if I don't go back to streaming, it's never going to get better. Right. So we have this. All right. It's so annoying that the this has ended up on top of my fucking UI thing, like my inspector. Can I, by any chance, say like menu dot insert global z index and be like -10? I wonder if that will make it render behind the fucking the inspector so that I can at least tweak values. No. Okay, so we just need to maybe say like left 100. Oh, sorry. Node dot left equals val pixels. Let's go with like 500 actually, because theoretically that shouldn't change anything because it's just going to make the content smaller, and it'll just hopefully mean that I can actually see the inspector enough to be able to tweak. 500 pixels on a 4K screen should be more than enough. If it's not, I'll make it bigger and I'll full screen the whole fucking window just to make it work. Alright, so let's move you over here so we can definitely see you and go like, oh, but now it just doesn't show up at all. Wait, where'd it go? Common UI showed up. It's just not. What? What do you mean? Where did it go? Oh, sorry, pixels. I said percent 500, which of course is going to make it 500 times the width of the screen. So pixels 500. Okay. So when I hit play, I do feel like this needs to be replaced with something that's like, there we go. Okay. Annoyingly, that is going to make this not work properly. So we should probably just set that instead of being flex grow. Can we like flex grow to like 0.5? Because at least that way you won't consume all of the empty space. You'll consume half of the available space. I think that still won't necessarily work because I have a feeling that like, okay, no, it does work. Cool. All right. So we have the other screen, and then we have this, and we say context UI log tool. So the log and the tool need to get underneath. That's what we need to work on. So we have all this, and we have all this, and we go, okay. So we have our vertical, and then we have our label, which is what's taking up this space. So if I said like label and then said like the background color of the label, background color of the label was like red. Yeah, so there's our label. So the issue with the label is that its height is 100%. So that's a little bit annoying. But what I need is to say something like, see the common UI, I need to go to your node and I need to say that you have like flex wrap, something like that turned on. With percent flex wrap. Flex wrap. Columns. So you stacked everything. No, so rows is definitely correct. I just need log. So it's like the context window, I guess, is the thing that needs to wrap. I need it to be like forced into a position so that the other stuff wraps. So the other vertical needs its right set correctly. Like node, and then be like your right is pixels, 0 pixels. See, it's annoying because it's 0 pixels from where it's supposed to be. How do I make those wrap? Okay, so it's margin, matting, parting, border, flex direction. You have no wrap turned on. So you. So I need that screen first off. So it has flex grow, and then we need like node dot height equals percent. It needs to be like only like 80%. So I mean, we can also like apply all these changes without having to reboot because we can go here and go, okay, so label node. I want your height every percent, 80%. So we can give the other vertical the same constraint. I don't know if it'll do anything, but this vertical, we can also say that your that's the issue, is your flex grow means that you will take up exactly enough space so that these two. So I need these two to wrap somehow. I don't know how to force them to wrap is the issue. So I need your percentage also needs to be 80%. So that makes you do that. It's just the log and the text. So I guess these two need to be in horizontal. Maybe. I mean, that kind of makes sense. So if we give you a horizontal, we can put you and you in. We have you. Then you in one thing. No. So well, kind of. I need this to be one container that can stretch the entire thing across. And then log and tool need to wrap underneath. Can I, like, if I force log and tool to not be automatically sized? So if I said that, like, if I said node, that your width is percent, like, it's just going to keep consuming the other. So the answer is no, that won't make you wrap. So I would need to specify that the screen is a fixed size, which is interesting. Right, so how do I do that? So I don't really want to do that, to be honest. What I want is I need to say that that text and then that and then that text. So if you, because these don't line up properly, it would be, we need you, and then this needs to take up the rest of the space. Is the issue. I need that to take up, and then that needs, and then these two need to be underneath. How do I make you wrap? So my thinking is that we need the like bottom equals horizontal, and then this would be bottom.label, something like that. So that would at least make those into their own container. And then I think we want that. My big annoyance being that I don't know how to set this so that it's basically forced onto the side of the screen. Because I feel like that's what I would need to do, is to say, like, that, not the label, the vertical. Because the issue is that the position, I mean, we could make its position absolute. And then pixels from the right. I don't know where it's gone. Is it behind that? Why is it, where does it go? Percentage? $100. Okay, that's gross. So it's saying that it needs the It's definitely not 25% of the width. What the fuck do you mean? So weird. That probably implies that there's a bunch of stuff off the side of the screen that I can't see. Right. Right. Yeah. So if I said something like pixels and then said like 500. Right. So that's part of the problem. Part of the problem is that because we moved it 500 pixels over, we need to move that by 500 pixels back. All right. So maybe that's what the problem is that it's not wrapping because you're not at 100%. I mean, that kind of makes sense. It doesn't really make sense, but like if this label was like, say, flex. So I need its position not to be absolute. So the second vertical, your position is not absolute, it's relative. Because then it, see, if I make it absolute, then they touch that side. So if I make it relative, and then I said that the red box here. Okay, so I need to make you, since we're only growing by 50%, I need to say that your width is only 50% of the screen, because that should mean that I can actually see that it's wrapping around. Then your width would actually be 100% of the screen. Your height's 100%. Your flex grow should be 1. Because that means that you would grow to fill all remaining space. All right, so we need to go back into here and go back into here and go. Okay, so it's not you, it's Z, children, visible, horizontal, vertical, horizontal. So this label needs its background color to be set so I can see it. It needs its growth, wherever the hell that is. Flex, it's on a node. So flex grow needs to be 1. Right, so it grew to be like whatever space was left, which is not exactly what I want. Because I need it to consume more than 100%. I also need to set you to not take up the bottom, but I don't think that actually matters. Okay, so wait, if I set your growth to being more than 100%. Wait, nothing wraps at the moment, sorry. I don't think, at least. You probably wrap, actually. Not sure. Do you wrap? Wrap. You do wrap. Alright. So shrink 1, grow 0. Alright, so wrap direction. Flex direction, wrap. I legitimately have no idea how to make you wrap. See, because the issue is that this is not 100%, which means we would have to effectively say that if I made this like say like 10%, I could make this 90%, 80%, and then this 10%, and that should force that to wrap. So you're 80% high. Where's the context UI? So no, it's this vertical. Here, I want to say right dot update component node. Copy just update component. So paste that in. Right. So if I make you only 80% the width, and then we say none of this stuff. All right, so 500 pixels apparently is like way too many pixels. How many pixels do I want it to be set to, just so it's a little bit easier to see? like node, your position is like 500. I want your position to be like maybe 250. 250 will work. Okay, so let's go 250. Just so that it's a little bit easier to see where it sits on the screen. All right, so we could play. Okay, so there's no way at all, I don't think. Well, first, if I need to say something like, you have to be node dot wrap flex wrap equals flex wrap. Because if you're not wrap, then like I'm going to change something and it's not going to do anything because it's not told to wrap. But I'm pretty sure because this is flex grow, it's literally going to grow to be like to fill no matter what. So it makes me feel like I want to go something like in my brain, that it feels like the correct thing to do to get this to work would be to say that this has a right of 0. That doesn't work though. Hmm. My thinking would be to go, hey, this is vertical. When we say have your update node, paste it here, be like, hey, left update node, right? And then we're going to say that your width node dot width is equal to val percent. If you're 10%, we can say node dot width equals val 80%, and then you would be node dot width equals 10%. That should make you take up 100% of the width, which then with flex wrap turned on should push this content onto the bottom. Hey, it kind of did. The issue is that because you're doing what you're doing. Sure. Can I say that your height's 100%? You're 100%, please. I don't know where the other two went. They're probably under here somewhere. I feel like this is just me not understanding how flex is supposed to work. So I want a left that takes up 100% of the height and is 10% wide. Menu.label other screen. And that's going to just be flex grow. I think this doesn't, if we just don't give this a size, but Hmm. I don't know how to make the fucking next lot of numbers wrap is the problem. Like, if I didn't do these, it would work fine. I mean, we could update their component. Right, bottom. And say that their height, that the bottom section's height is 20%. And its width is 90%. We don't need to shift it by our left mount. I don't know how well this is going to work. Probably not at all, if I was to guess. My annoyance is almost entirely that they're almost certainly under here. So what I need to do is like grab you and say that your height is only 80%. Yeah. See, so they wrapped around to the bottom of this rather than like here. And I don't know how to tell a flex thing that it's not supposed to do that. Hmm. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. It makes me feel like it's supposed to wrap. What's not supposed to wrap? Like that I'm supposed to put them in maybe in reverse and say that like it's this. It's like put this one in, put the tool in, put the content window in, put this in, and then put this one in last. And the idea being like because it's always going to find the top or rightest of most corners, it'll fill in properly. So you fill this properly, and then you fill where I think you should fill. You fill where you think you should. You just don't wrap to where I think you should wrap. But why? Left, right, top, bottom, padding, bordered. So you flex direction is rows reversed, columns. Well, apparently columns works. I guess the question with columns is because we just need the. All right, so apparently you need to flex columns. I'm unclear on why columns works, but anyway. Now I need to make everything have its color turned on so I can work out exactly where it is. So this label is background color. Make it visible. So you have the issue of you're going all the way to the bottom, and that's probably because you're flexed row 100. Anyway, that's fine because I'm just going to clamp your height to 80% so that the bottom 20% goes to you. I then need you, which then have two labels inside of you. I am curious if I can get rid of those two labels, so let's try that first, actually. Because if I get rid of that for you and just said, fuck off. menu, like that. What is that going to look like? Okay, so they're like, then it's like log and then tool, which is fine, honestly. Because I think once I clamp you to only being allowed to be 80% of the height. That's the left column. This is the other screen. So I've already got the other screen saying that it can only be 80%. Means that for some reason flex grow is winning. I need you to update the component like so with this extra information. Same with you. And I need to go that your height is 20%, your height is 20%. Your widths need to be set to whatever your widths are set to. But you need to be like node.flex grow. And so you need to be equal to 1. No, the log is equal to like 3, I think. Maybe 1. Yeah. And say this log is equal to 3 to this thing's 1. Because if I remember, flex grow works entirely off of the idea that like the amount of space left, you get the number that you have divided by the total number available, and therefore, like if you've got 0 flex grow, then you don't take any of the space. If you've got 1 and something else has 1, then you get half of the flex space because the total is 2 and you have 1 of the 2. Okay, so somehow this made this taller. So this says log and then tool. Well, let's find out what they actually look like in terms of size. Because again, I think the issue is that if I go back to flexing the other way, this might go back to not caring. Node. Not you, it's like you. So you're filling like all of the space. And I'm assuming that you're filling like all of the space as well. Yes. So why are you filling all of this? Because I'm almost certain that flex grow wise, you're not supposed to fill 100% of the space. You're only supposed to fill the fraction of the space that your number takes up. Because the flex grow of 0.5 doesn't make you any smaller. It's literally doing nothing. What about the other one? Unless I'm changing the wrong node. So apparently that's just your height. It's just how high you are, apparently. So why do you get to take up all the space? Alright, first off, let's turn on your background color so I can see you. Is that because your flex grow? Apparently that's 1%. And anything over 30% pushes you. What the fuck? Where's your flex grow? How is that taking up half of anything? Right, that kind of makes sense, because if you're less than 20%, then you can fit underneath. Alright, we'll go back to this and go, okay. So that implies that it should be other screen, then log. Then alright. So we want other screen, then log. Excuse me, well, like what? How did I get a weird entry between? Right. So because that's the direction that it's going. Right. And then we would want to say, well, actually, I think we'd want to go like turn on bottom, and then put you in bottom. And then like that, and then we want to say that the bottom gets the log, and then the tool. Like that, maybe. Oh, their height shouldn't actually matter. Anyway. Okay. It's at least laid out how I want it to be laid out. Now it's just about, like, I guess, making sure that the flex grows are all in the right fucking positions. I have a feeling that you don't extend all the way across, but that's fine. At this point, I honestly do not care. So it's you. And we're going to go, right. So this horizontal, let's give this a background color that's like blue. Yeah, see, it doesn't reach all the way across for some reason. But that's fine. And then each of those nodes inside of it yeah, you auto. I need to set your background color. So background color. So you take up that, and then you take up that, and then for some reason this space is left empty. But I think that's because this is going this way, and so this is only going to take up like 100% of the width. What if I said that this horizontal actually has a width? I had a 20. Well, okay, so it needs a height of 20% to make sure it fills up the gap. But then if I said it's width as a percentage, okay, so as soon as it touches that, it makes the other one bigger, which means that it collides basically with that. Okay, that's fine. So we can leave that at auto. It's very interesting. Hmm. Now, what we want to do is make sure, I guess, that like the label here doesn't have something that's forcing it to be a certain size. Name node. If I set its width to anything, I don't know why it's specifically that size. I guess we have to set its background color so that we can see it again. So go red. And go, okay. For some reason, it's only taking up that much space, which is very bizarre. If I don't tell it that its width is 80%. If I don't tell it its height, it's fine. So I need to tell it its width is 80%. But that's it, hopefully. You're the other screen, so your width. Width has to be 80%. Height can be indefinite. Okay. I'm kind of curious what happens with this one. No, the vertical is the this one. If I said that like your second label here, I'm also curious if I set that node to something else, but anyway, I need your node to be like from the right percentage 10%. No, to the left. See, you apparently go all the way. It's a bit weird. You take up like 100% of the space. That or the log's probably its own thing. That's probably what's I'm sorry, left. Okay. Percentage. If I set you 10% of the left, well, you still apparently don't fit because apparently this is actually because it's missing. Okay, wait. 11, 12. Okay, weird. Because this takes 10%. Okay, anyway. And then this is 80%. Right, which makes it 12 point something. 12.5. Right, 1/8. Right. Now I need to find the other one and say, like, if I make your color, do you actually like fill the gap or are you just gonna like nod? Be big enough. Background color. Apparently one, you don't fill the gap at all, which is kind of funny. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, not really worth wasting my time at this point. So when I rerun this, okay, they're at least all in the right spots. The context window is supposed to be a little bit bigger, but like theoretically, it shouldn't matter if I made it 3 or 4 times the size. Wherever that's context UI. So we're just gonna like quickly do that and be like, update. Update component, and then be like, node. Well, I guess you'd be like flex grow. So you flex grow to the remaining stuff. You take up 10%. I don't think that's actually required. Let's find out. Well, it's definitely not because I added this, which means that they're setting that to 10% would be nothing. All right. Oh no, I already text you. Right, we don't actually want you having any gun with. Setting you to being flex grow means we just need to like set the buttons to not take up infinite space, but fine. Alright, so I need the buttons to not take up infinite space. What do you actually set the button to do, I guess is my question. Box dynamic scene list. Okay, that's kind of... I've drawn a blank on what I was supposed to be doing. Alright, go anyway. So I need to tweak it so that first off, you're not quite as wide. They make you bigger. Your node, we can go like, can I make you like 100? If I said 1. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I must have set you to only being 50%. That's fine. Okay, yeah. I mean, sure. Alright, can we see it under like 70% then so I can get access to the fucking margin and say left? Well, I guess it'd be right. 6 was 0. There we go. Okay. That seems like a much better way of doing it. It's still very much incorrect because it's like, what's happening is not what I want to be happening, I guess is the way of phrasing that. So we somehow need to make the buttons take up a certain amount of space, and something tells me that you're flex growing them when I spawn them in, which is such a pain. You button. Right. So now you justify, you align, you pad, you water radius, new height. Okay, so I don't know what's row height. You just set them to 24 pixels, but like nothing, they're not actually at 24 pixels. So I don't know what's causing these to be a different height. Anyway, it really doesn't matter. We do have some things that we need to work on, like the fact that when I spawn a new menu, the menu needs to be transparent. So I think that's something I'm doing somewhere. So when we say like you open common menu, so when you call new menu, something tells me that you set the background color at some point. Hidden stack open menu builder new root entity. Yeah. So set this theme background color. We definitely don't want. Okay. So when I go here, I want to go something like common UI So we get the menu ID, then we say entity is self command spawn menu.node. I mean, we could make it have the scene thing. Like, is that just a thing that we're allowed to do? So this has to return a node, which I guess means it probably won't work if we said like you have to implement a trait. I don't know what the BSN would return, but like theoretically that would actually work fine. Like, that's BSN, BSN. The fuck is the scene scope? Okay. Control Shift P. Okay. Well, you want to do something? My VS Code config file. I don't think my VS Code has a config. How do I need Control Shift P. Right, Control Shift P just brings up this, but then like there's nothing under config. I don't think the workspace has anything specific on it except possibly like allowing certain words. I don't remember how to do it, but I know what you're talking, like the local or the global one. Nope, that's not the right combination. Control Shift P. What preferences? Okay. Nope. Open settings. Is this what you wanted? Come on, save. I mean, you took me in here and then I saw format and save, which is something I've been wanting to turn back on for ages. I did it once. Someone showed me, like, they shared me their config and they had format on save, which is just amazing because it means that when you save, it fucking reformats everything, which is a little bit weird for Git, in that it can break a bunch of shit, but okay, so this is a fucking scene scope. Okay, Control Shift. Open user settings JSON. Make sure there's nothing in here that's incriminating, but I don't think. Auto detect column, color scheme, font family, language. Okay. I mean, there's not much in here. There's a EGUI is considered a valid word for the spell checker because someone was complaining on my other streams, and I was like, yeah, good point. It is annoying that it thinks that EGUI is spelled incorrectly when it's not. Okay. There's not really anything in there, but okay. You do you, I guess. Now, what I'm trying to work out is like what format, because it says scene scope, but then as soon as you add other things, it says S. Like, so it's this. Right, like Because now it's a scene of the scene function. Can I like? Why isn't it letting me double click this? Please, for the love of God, put it back. All right, never mind then. Is that better? At a certain point, it becomes hard for me because it starts running off the end of the screen. But there's a pip bigger for you. Hopefully, that makes it a little bit easier to read. I could maybe go one more, but then it starts getting to the point where it's like there's so little text on the screen that I can't do things. But I guess I can work with this until it gets annoying. So this is saying that it's like a scene function which takes in an F and then all right. So scene scope, scene function. This does something. I don't know how to go about. What I want it to do, I guess, effectively, is okay, yeah, that's too big. I need slightly more stuff on the screen so I can work out where I'm going. Otherwise, I end up clicking on everything. I wouldn't say that Rust is hard to learn. It's more that Rust has a steeper learning curve. So the idea is that like it's a lot harder to learn enough Rust to start a project, but there is less overall Rust to learn. Rust, at least when I started, because it's starting to feel like there is starting to be more of the like as people go, oh no, but I want this thing, and they're starting debates. But like Go used to be the other way. Go was like the simplest language. There was only one way of doing everything. And now like Go was like, oh, but to make it a little bit easier to appeal to more people, we're going to add multiple ways of doing things, which is now like, why would you use Go? But thank you for subbing. Yeah, so the idea is like Rust has a very opinionated way of doing things. That it's basically like once you've learned how Rust does it, there is usually 2 or 3 different ways of getting to like a conclusion, but like Rust has like the standard library will probably do it this way. So if you want to know if it can do it, you can pretty easily like just by like using the autocomplete smart complete thing, work out like what a function would probably be called and how to use it, that kind of thing. As opposed to something like JavaScript, where every single time you use a new library, everything is done differently because it's completely different people who decide how it works. Like a Rust, just about every like big library that like any crate that has a major adoption almost certainly will do it in a particular way that there's what they call idiomatic Rust, where it's like it's done in a way that is appropriate like and approved of by the community. I would recommend reading the book. Like there's a website like Rust Book. So this website, if you just Google Rust Book, so it's called like docs.rustlang.org/book. If you work your way through this, it'll explain all the concepts that is Rust, and the idea is that eventually you'll decide that this is boring and you'll go do something with it. But outside of that, that's how I learn. Is I effectively like read up on how things work until I decide that I can do it without reading about it anymore. Like it's not. I didn't watch any tutorials or anything of how to do Rust. I watched videos like after I'd learned how to do Rust. I've seen videos that are like explaining like the math behind certain things or why things are done a certain way. But like I didn't go and watch a video that was like, oh, I didn't watch tutorials to learn how to do Rust. I just read the book and went, oh, okay, I'll try this. I'll try that. And I taught myself. And a lot of that is to do with Rust being quite opinionated, as in like if you watched a tutorial, theoretically they should teach you the same thing that you should learn just fiddling with the language, because the language won't let you do something if it doesn't agree. It's what like a lot of C developers don't like about Rust, is that it's not that the borrow checker is wrong, it's that the borrow checker is overly aggressive with its like, no, you're not allowed to do that. And it's like, oh, but it is safe. And it's like, yeah, but I can't check that it's safe, so you're not allowed to do that. And so like they can't do things that they would otherwise do that would actually be fine. Like, and they feel like they're getting attacked and being told that they're bad programmers by the compiler saying, no, that's unsafe. And it's like, it's like, it's not that it's unsafe, it's that it doesn't know how to check it, so it's not going to let you do it. Like it has guarantees to uphold, and if you don't uphold, if you can't uphold the guarantees, it won't let you do it. So it'll yell at you, but like it won't. I like to look at it like, if you're not already a very seasoned developer, if the Rust compiler is saying you shouldn't be doing that, you probably shouldn't be doing that. Like, there are 100% situations where the Rust compiler cannot check and will be wrong. And like, it's telling you that you can't do that, but like, you actually could do that. But to be at that level where you actually can be poking with that kind of code, you probably already know how to get around the borrow checker. You know what I mean? Like, it's if you're at an advanced enough level to be doing code that the borrow checker can't check, you should be advanced enough to be able to get around the borrow checker not being able to check. And so as a beginner, if the borrow checker says no, then you're probably doing something wrong. And that's the issue with tutorials, is the tutorial, like if you're watching like a C tutorial and trying to adapt it to Rust, maybe telling you something that is a perfectly acceptable way of doing it, but not in Rust. And the issue is that like, it's much more confusing when Rust is saying you're not allowed to do that because we said that's not an acceptable thing, versus you're not allowed to do that because it's actually bad programming practices. I don't know. So somewhere in here it's a new menu. Right, and we wanted menu. Wherever that was. Menu manager. Menu ID. I want this to somehow be like a Is that how that works? I'm not entirely sure. We have to kind of like look how the button does it. The menu builder button. So we go here and we go, so you spawn scene, and then the feathers takes in that, and it says, so it's a scene list, the dynamic box scene list static global. And then inside your scene thing, you have the scene properties variable, which is again, captions. Okay, so then I guess you can just return scene, which would be like a BSN. Like node margin direct. Something like that. Okay. Okay. So can I be like BSN? No, I don't work anywhere at the moment. I'm currently unemployed, which is a little bit concerning, but you know. So something unexpected identifier. So we need to say like let scene equal menu scene, and then you would be scene. Is it not comma? Is it maybe like this? I don't remember how to do it. No, so that's a cation thing. I'll satisfy the following traits. Okay. I need a clone, and then okay, scene not allowed apparently. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. Into a scene. I can see spawn this, like, for some reason I can't spawn that, which it confuses me. It makes me think that the menu ID needs to have like clone or something. It's just probably because it doesn't have default. Is that what your problem is that you don't have defaults? Maybe. No? So why do you not have scene? Am I supposed to wrap this? No. Okay, well first off, it's not supposed to be like an impulse thing. It's like maybe a dine. No. Where? Okay. Go back to the menu thing and work out what the hell it's doing. What the hell is this? So it's a scene, it's a dine scene list plus static. So this behavior is like a list of scene where each entry in the list is a new entity. So it's box dine scene. Okay. Conceptually, a scene described from its point of view should look like this. Okay. Why are you saying that the menu fucking thing is not allowed? Why? Why specifically this? What trait are you missing? What the hell do you do? Do you return impulse scene? Do I need to like do the @ sign? I don't think I need that. It's possible that I need the outside. No, okay. All right, so it's purely just that for some reason this isn't working. So what the hell do you have that doesn't? So you reflect a component, derive component, you've clone, you've component, clone, and debug. It could be that it's not reflect clone component, but like that doesn't make any sense. Unless that's what the problem was. I doubt it, but anyway. PSN. Okay, so well, you're welcome. I enjoy doing the streams. I just wish they made more money than they do, but you know, I still do them when I don't make any money. So I just wish it was one of those things that like I could actually like even look like it's going to maybe one day be able to afford to cover things, but no. Okay, so like box, new, BSN. Okay, so we have the common UI node and the game scene. It's gonna make this one a to-do because I can't be bothered. Okay, and then this is the common menu. Which is to be like BSN. So we have menu, and we have like node, and then we have to take all of this stuff. Okay. So it's like again, box, new. Okay, so that should do all the stuff that it needs to do to spawn the scene. Right, which means when we come back to here, and we go, so for some reason we have the menu ID, but we can't actually attach the menu ID, and I don't know why I can't attach the menu ID. I guess we have to like close this, run this, and see if it broke anything. Something attaches the menu ID to the fucking entity, so. Okay. Oh, that all seems to be working. Okay. So, first off, that you get to go away. So I'm still unclear about why I am not allowed to say menu ID. You're saying, for some reason, that this menu ID is not allowed to be part of a scene. What did I have here before? What are we at? We're in like menu. So we had the ID and we just copied it. Which again doesn't make any difference to anything. What do you mean? It's got something to do with the fact that I'm missing some kind of component part of it. Like if I go here and go menu ID and go, you have clone debug. You have clone component and debug, which are default, which I believe are going to be the things that are missing. That back. So go back to copy new. You have clone, default, and component. The only thing I can think that it is that it doesn't have reflect. Which is the most bizarre, like, what do you fucking mean? Menu ID. Does it work now? It could just be that it wasn't reflecting and therefore like not allowed to be partial. Nope. So what am I missing to be able to implement scene, supposedly? Okay, but like, what? What is the difference between the other thing and you? Hmm. Yeah, mine's a real mechanical keyboard. It's also like 5-10 years old now, but still works great. I had to wash it out the other day because I spilled soft drink all over it. Honestly, don't know what the big appeal between mechanical and not mechanical keyboards is. It's more like, at least in my opinion, it's the difference more than it's the like one's better than the other kind of thing. Like if that makes sense. I've like never gone like there's nothing about a mechanical keyboard where I'm like, oh, it makes the clickety clackety noise. It's like when I swap to a not mechanical keyboard, it's like, oh, this is fucking weird because it's all spongy, but like it's not like the MacBook keyboard and stuff like that, which maybe they are considered mechanical keyboards, I've never had issues with. It's only like very specific keyboards that I'm like, I don't like this, but it's more the change than it is like that like the keyboard is in any way inferior. Like I don't really care. Okay, I'm still so unclear about why I am not allowed to treat that as a scene. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Okay, so I have no idea why I'm allowed to put that one in, but not that one in. But anyway, we're just going to say spawn scene, and we're going to say scene. Something like that. Because now it's up to every menu to decide that it wants to have the background color. So we're going to copy that. Damn it. Can't redo it. So like menu.scene, something like that. What I was saying, like the sound versus no sound, like non-mechanical keyboards feel very, very different to mechanical keyboards. It's just one of those. It feels like it's a superiority complex thing. Mechanical keyboards were more expensive, and therefore mechanical keyboards were better. We can best show the output. Like, do you want me to like run the game and show you what it looks like? I can do that. Just to give me a sec to fix. Some of the menus are going to be broken now because they are specifically like looking for the expecting the background to be set for them, and it won't be now. So BSN, paste this in and say, okay, you get a background color, and then I actually think that might be the only menu. That's the main menu. No, surely the other menus have it too. Unclear. This is the play menu. That's inside of Node. So this is a new play menu, and then this is a close the play menu, close the main menu, open the character creator. Okay, that might work. Okay. My first code ever written, I couldn't tell you because it was like 10 years ago. My first ever finished project was called, I think it's called like WizardWorks or something, and it was like a, it wasn't ASCII as much as it was like terminal games. So you typed in what you wanted to do, and it would like work out if it was a valid thing. And so you made potions by like adding an ingredient, and then you could like search for it. Like you could search the woods, and it would like based on like which biome you searched, depending on what ingredients you could find, and you had to like try and make potion effects. And there's certain ingredients, like there was like basically each ingredient had a set of tags, and then it would like work out what potion it was based on a sequence of tags. So it's like if it had fire tag and no water tag, then it would be most likely a fire potion. And so there was like this weird thing of like certain tags would block certain potion effects, certain tags would be required for other potion effects, certain tags or combinations of tags would result in like a third tag being created that would be, so it's like you could have like a conflicting potion. And that was one of the first things I made was well, it was like that was the first finished thing that I made, like an actual game that you could play. I did end up remaking it for a game jam, not very well, but the idea was that like that one would the kind of like the bigger scope plan is to be like when you bake something, it would remove the water styled like tags. So like any certain tags would have, and the idea was like grand, like to make it so you didn't have to program everything by hand. It was to be like it used a 32-bit number, and each bit represents one flag. And so when you bake it, you mask out the bottom so many bits, which is like saying you removed all the water. And then it's like, and you might like set a random bit in the top that's like, oh, well, you baked it, so like this bit means that it's been dried, something like that. Like the idea was that like you'd have to try and work out like different ways of modifying the potion. So like dicing, crushing, and chopping would all
modify different sets of bits. So if it had a flag when you diced it, it may lose the flag. But if it didn't have the flag until after you did some other effect, then you could so the order of operations would matter, because it was like sometimes you'd be masking out, sometimes you'd be flipping. So like the idea was to try and work out like the optimal path, like sequence of like operations to apply to an ingredient to get it so that it only had the tags you wanted. And the idea was that like early on you wouldn't have that ability, so you would get lots of side effects, as you had to basically be like, oh, this is the only ingredient I have that has that tag, and so like you get all the side effects, because the idea was that if you met all the conditions for an effect, you'd have the effect. Like there was no way to be like, oh, but you only get the one effect. It's like, no. If you had like a potion that made you levitate, then like if it hit all the requirements to make it levitate, it would have the levitation effect, and it's like you couldn't get rid of it. So you'd have to work out like by like experimenting. Because I don't know if I was going to randomize it per game or what. I don't remember, but like the idea would be that you would modify, like you'd have to work out what to not add to not get that side effect. And so like some side effects were considered positive, some was considered negative, and some would consider like, well, side effects. So they like, you know, they may not want any side effects, or they may want only positive side effects, or they may want only negative side effects, that kind of thing. No, I wasn't smart from birth. I have a need to understand things, so I like learn rather than like when I watch YouTube, it's like, oh, you watch so much YouTube. It's like, yeah, but most of the YouTube I watch is like educational science YouTube. It's not like I do watch a lot of gaming stuff too, but like I like to learn. I don't like to sit around and do nothing. I was going to say, it wasn't that complicated of a game. It was a lot of text-based stuff, and it would modify. So like the very first version of it, it used a hash set. So every time you added a potion, it would add a bunch of like, it would just add the tags. Then you just declared what the tags were. So every ingredient, I had like some sort of set of rules, like I think because every ingredient was randomly generated, if I remember correctly. So it had like a bunch of rules, like if it was a leaf, it would get this tag added to it, and if it was a piece of bark, so the idea was that like by randomizing. So I had like a set of all of the possible parts of a plant you could have, and then like a set of all the possible plants that you could find. And so the bark would always have these particular traits, and this tree would always have these particular traits. So the bark from that tree would have would have the union of those sets of traits. And so it was like the game wasn't fun. It was just complicated. And I never, again, made it far enough to actually be like, oh, this is actually a game that I would want to play. But it was interesting that you could actually like work out like potion effects and stuff like that. That were kind of cool. Anyway, so I need these to block the thing underneath, I guess. The issue is, okay, maybe it's because I'm clicking on my monitor. I'm not sure why you can click and drag when you're hovering over a button, but anyway. Like I kind of do, but I kind of don't. It's because I was skipping everything that's not the button, and because the window is on top, I think it always gets clicked. Anyway, where is the player? Over here. So we just need to modify this thing to actually like fill the screen properly. So I'm not sure how I'm going to do that, but so common UI. So we have all these things, these things. Okay. So first off, when the common UI gets spawned, apparently the Z-index doesn't do shit for the rendering that on top. So we need to say that it's parent 200 pixels to the right, it wraps, it's common. Okay, so we don't need this then, because that's specified here. So you say scene, and this is what spawns in. And we say left, which is this, and we say that your height is 100% and your width is 10%. Okay, that should be fine. I don't really care. Then we have like all of these other buttons and all of this stuff. I do like the idea of not labeled with the icon, maybe. How do you work? So you get the root, and we set the root is self-equal root, and then we say ID, which is self command spawn scene. So we have this, then we have the button, which has the caption, which is then the BSN of the text that you passed in, and themed text. Okay.
That's fine. And then the node, which then has flex grow. I don't know why the button has flex grow, but anyway. And then the idealize is last. Okay.
Well, that's the thing is it was games like big games, like any kind of like major game is low level in that you may build things like scripting languages on top and level editors and stuff like that, but like performance wise, it'll be low level. So things like Unity are written in C#, C++. Then Unity games are written in C# because C# is easier for people to understand, but C++ is like because they need to actually make sure it's efficient. And Rust is at that level of like it's low down in terms of the like tech stack, so that like it gets really good performance, but you need to kind of understand what you're doing because you can't just ask for something. Like you have to. And Bevy fixes a lot of these problems because Bevy goes like, "Oh, you want an asset, so you can just ask us for the asset server, and then you can load an asset." Whereas, like before Bevy, like if you're not using the game age Bevy, if you're writing in pure Rust, you need to do all the memory management yourself. You need to be like, "Oh, well, I can't just have a reference forever because I can't mutate it." So like you have to do all this stuff. Whereas Bevy does that for you. So a lot of the things that are like, "Oh, Rust is no good because XYZ," Bevy fixes, and so it's not relevant anymore. Let's see. Something like that, maybe. So I mean, you just copy exactly this, but instead of doing text, you're going to say that your caption maybe. What do you want this to be? You want it to be How did it have that before? You said like a BSN. Something like that. So then, maybe. Do we have the UI buttons working? No. Do we have to write like a little like helper to get the UI buttons out of the fucking game? So let's like reveal in Explorer and see like what the fuck does it say. So we need to find like all the UI buttons. So this is all, but so these buttons are separate buttons. Maybe that all they're going to turn. Yeah, okay, no, they're BTN. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. Copy that. Yeah, I'm gonna rather like macro thing. Yeah, in case you like, because again, you said you're new. Well, yeah, no, it's not like no matter what domain. It's like if you want performance, you can use Rust or you can use C or you can use C++. Like they are for performance applications. But like the domain is what decides whether performance or ease of use. Like there's a reason that everyone uses JavaScript and Python is because they don't care about performance. So the idea is like if you care about performance, then Rust or like a lower level language will be preferred. It's not, but it's not so simple as like, oh, you should always use it. It's like I always use it because I prefer Rust over everything else. But it's not necessarily that it's the best or the worst. So I guess I'm gonna call it UI. Const. Yeah, so saying so because you're new. What I'm doing here is I'm recreating a game that I have in my Steam library because it's old, and so I'm writing like little scripts and stuff in Rust that are like tests that when you run the test will extract the game assets. So the idea is if I did share this with people to be able to play the game, if they owned a copy of the game, they could paste the game assets in this folder and then run this script and it would automatically extract them out into my game folder, and therefore I don't have to share the game assets for people to be able to use the game, because that's technically the copyright is like you couldn't use it anyway. Something like that, and then so the way I do here is I've written most of the macro before. So we had the button prefix. Somehow I would rather condense this all into one thing. The issue is that like certain filters are applied specifically to the button anyway. So you do the button prefix, and then you say in main, you go down here and we say for prefix in button prefix, and then we say if copy if so the path is the path, the destination is dot asset slash UI. Probably want to go something more like UI slash buttons. And then the prefix is the prefix that we're detecting. Continue dash files. Right, so the idea is if it has the buttons prefix, copy it into the buttons folder, which I think means we're going to need to go something like UI slash buttons. So the folders get created at the very beginning. It basically checks and goes, hey, do any of these folders not exist if they don't create them? Then it goes through each file inside of these image folders. It goes through every single one of these files, reads the file name, and then does some checks. So the first thing it checks is, hey, is this a tile? Which basically just means does it start with hex sheet? If it does, it adds it to the tiles thing. So it adds them here, and it strips off the hex sheet from the name and then does that. Then if it's an item, it goes, hey, does it start with ITM or 2x ITM, and then it checks to see does it have slot, worn, held, because a bunch of the items have like multiple copies of the sprite based on like whether they're like equipped or not, or like whether they're in the hand or those kinds of things. So I strip that out, and then we skip them, so they're blocked. So we block those items, and then we continue. If we get to the next thing, we go, oh, okay, we add the item, and then the creatures does the same thing. They start with like CTR or something. CRE is this the prefix for creatures, and then BTN is the prefix for buttons. Lowercase BTN, yeah. There are lots of them. I feel like this is going to end up with a bit of a weird, like maybe splitting at things, but anyway. We have lots of buttons. But anyway, then we go back to here and we go load assets, and we're just going to run this. It'll take a second to compile it, and then once it's compiled, it'll It'll run the script and it should make a new folder inside of UI called buttons, and then it should have all the buttons in it. Apparently, it's done a weird thing of it's not stripped off the underscore. All right, so I guess that's the advantage of this, is we can go back here and we can go, okay, so apparently the buttons. The buttons apparent. Oh, okay, so the buttons are probably the only ones that prefix underscore. Wow, I guess if we go through and find like a creature in the originals, we go here and go to images. I bet you like, so buttons also like BTN underscore, whereas I bet you the creatures are just like CTR or whatever. Okay, the end of the B's. B. Yeah, so it's like C, CRE, ITM, pot. So the idea is that like the buttons apparently have a different naming scheme to everything else, which apparently makes them do different things. Now the question is, do we end up with a second? That was the wrong place to run. Was it? Probably. Load assets. UI, the one I want to run. It probably worked. It's probably that the underscore one's got to live. Yeah, the underscore one's just. So it's just delete the whole folder and then run it again. And it should take like a fraction of a second because it's already compiled. And there we go. All right. Cool. So there's camp. Context. EMC. Inventory button. Okay. Inv menu skills. Okay, so I'm thinking we want to like maybe do like again the blacklisty kind of thing of being like const. So we're gonna say btn blacklist. So the blacklist is going to work by saying ampersand stir equals. So just the word on, I guess. So I feel like I want to modify how the button one works. So we're going to say like button prefix, but this is going to be like a combination of because they're all going to start in menu camp. So I want something like this is the prefix, and this is the destination, and then we go something like this. It starts with this. Then we're going to be like menu. And then if it starts with this, but anyway. I guess it would be like slash menu. Then we go back up to here and we go, okay, so now you're going to have two sets. So this is going to be prefix and destination, right, like that. And then we say that this is going to be format assets UI button comma destination. then you're saying you need to be a reference to a string, so like this, and then the prefix is pass in your prefix, copy if, and then we continue the file, and then something like this. We're like if blacklist, so path, and then it's the btn blacklist. Right, so stop checking that if it's in that thing's blacklist. Then we just need to go up here and be like, okay, so we need to make sure that you have buttons, but you also need to have UI/buttons/menu. Actually, it makes much more sense to be like your/menu and then your/buttons. And then we can go back to our list of things and say that your/UI/menu. All right. Let's correct your naming apparently. Right. So now when I run it, it should. We have to delete the one that's already there because it doesn't magically do that. If I delete the buttons and then hit run, it should make buttons, which has all the buttons in it, and then it's going to make menu, which apparently has nothing in it. It did make menu though. Did they end up in here? En off. Well, it doesn't have an on anymore, I don't think. So it is skipping the inv menu and camp and stuff like that, but like apparently it's not finding the ones that are supposed to be going into the other folder. It's interesting. Why is my code not finding them then? Oh, it's probably because they all start with btn underscore inventory menu. Right. Now it should find them all. Did I not save it? No, infinite. We have the camp, we have the crafting item, so there's apparently there's 5 of these buttons. Doesn't make sense. There's 2, 4, 6, 8 total. Which ones are we missing? Missing like the menu. They're probably called something else, which is annoying. So yeah, well, first off, let's blacklist DN as well. You wouldn't mind. Stupid buttons. So on and also DN. Because apparently DN is like it's down, I guess it's what they're going for. Which results in there being duplicates of every single button because there's an on and a down and an off. Alright. Now every button is off. So we're going to open this, we're going to reveal an Explorer. And it's just like a lot less things to look through. So there's the camp, and then, well, that's interesting. So, oh, there's minimap. So they just called main map. Okay. Interesting. That for some reason that those 2 buttons are different. Anyway. So we want to go here, be all like btn main, right? Because that's how it was. Like, it's main xmap. Yeah. So btn main, and that's also going to go into menu. Something like that. But a common menu. Right. So that should mean that like that. It doesn't really matter. We'll delete it. If it doesn't find them, we'll run it again. So examples, load assets. Alright, so that should have put them all in here, which is that we have wake. Okay. So there's more of them, but like it found all of them, I believe. With hex map. Okay. No, not working. Okay. Well, that's good to know. That's working. Can we like close all of these? Also, I've had the thing open and double through them. I think Windows 11 is terrible. So I wasn't reading chat because I was I had the game over the top. Yeah, Windows 11 is just shocking. It's not well made. It's terrible. But you like they effectively forced a lot of people off of it. I had to get the newer version because my computer didn't have the graphics drivers to run, like to start up with 11 or to start up with like the version of 10 that I had, and to download the newer version that would have the drivers, I could only download 11 off their website. So I was kind of like, I can't get 10 because my copy of 10 was so old that it didn't have the drivers for the motherboard that I had to let me connect to the internet to get the updated drivers. So yeah, that was a lot of fun. Okay, so now we have to go back to like our scenes and then our like common thing here. Okay, so when we load these, we want to say, so those ones can be fine. So this is button main menu. So this is going to be, I guess it's scene with scene, btn, no, bsn, image node, image. And then the image is going to be like UI slash menu slash, honestly, because that's called like main. Camp, cancel, craft, help. Wake, and unhide, seek, skills, scavenge, run, okay. No worky, item, hiding tracks, main, help. Help? Why is main menu called help? Alright. I guess it's called help then. Okay, let's see if this works. I have no idea if this is going to work, but theoretically this should work because it should, when we say button with scene, it should spawn the scene as the children of said button. I don't know because I don't use TypeScript, but it's close. It's not quite the same. I think TypeScript has a different way of declaring like structs and things like that, like or types, declaring the actual types, whereas Rust does it in a certain way. It's much closer to C, but like I think TypeScript's also based on C. So, okay, so that now says main menu. The issue is that it says main menu as a child of the button, which means that the main menu is a little bit, you know, not the right size. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I guess we can go like node and stretch and stuff like that because this is the child, so we can say like node width is val percent 100 and height is val percent 100. That's probably very incorrect, but anyway. Wait a second.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that didn't work. Well, we can at least like see what's underneath it and poke around. So one of these is like the menu button. It's a world map. No, it's vertical, and then it's like the top child of the vertical is called node, apparently. And then inside of that node is this node, which is the one that has the a weird flash of bread for a second. So if I send image node, yeah, so you're the one. So it would be you. We'd be fucking with your node, and then I said your width and your height is 100% of your parent. Okay. How do I turn you to stretch then? Shrink does nothing, grow does nothing, stretch, stretch. Is that an image thing that I have to do? Image node and be like, image mode, stretch. Tiled. Auto. Okay, so if I set you to stretch, okay, so it's not actually you that I care about, because I'm pretty sure, like, as I make the small window small, okay, you're a little bit weird, but I think you're padded for some way. That's fine. So it's not actually you that I care about, it's you, and I want you to be like shrink maybe. Oh, grow 0 is wrong. Okay. Um, so what if I said the 0 grow? Oh, yeah, I need to set your grow to 0, is effectively what I need to have in here. Well, it's more like I need your fucking background to be just to have the image. I want you to be the images. Is effectively the thing that needs to happen here. And so instead of spawning, so what if I say spawned with scene? What if I said with scene? So you put that as the child. Can I do like maybe FN button as scene? Which is just going to be. I just duplicate that down. And then say, like, that's just called as scene. And then as scene is going to say, instead of being like Feather's child, going to be. I guess you just don't have a caption. Just spawn in the Feathers button. But then we're going to say scene. Yeah, not okay. Button as scene. Okay. So then we go back to our like character creation-y thing. Okay, when you are. And then we say, instead of saying button with scene, we say button. So that's why I need to undo that. And then we think of like button as scene. Then that should give us our image node, and then set our node to 100% and 100%. And then we're going to say like flex grow is 0. We're going to go here and we're going to put this at the bottom because of the idea if you're doing that. There, we've got, I think the lowest thing overrides the higher things. So setting flex grow at the, set to 0 at the end means that we can keep flex grow as the default behavior for a button. Okay. So not really, but kind of. I am very unclear about what I have done to this poor button. Why does the button keep getting bigger? Excuse me? What the hell did I do to you? So we have our common UI, and we come down here and we go, okay, so in the vertical, the first element, let's have a look at its node and go, its width and height is 100%. That seems incorrect. Is that really what I told you to do? Huh. Okay, sorry. Don't do that. I should make it not as big. Hey, now this is main menu. Hey, okay. So not entirely sure why the text gets to hang out like that with the image being bigger. Okay. So one of these is not like the other. Vertical, vertical. Okay, node. So why are you special, Mr. Weird Node thing? So I obviously told it not to flex grow, but it should still try and maintain its width. I'm just unsure why. Because you've got a pixel. Okay, there we go. So if we just turn that to auto, it means that it ends up the same size regardless of what happens to the screen. Okay, so we just need your height to be val auto. It's nice because you can override the fucking feathers thing now, whereas before you couldn't. Previous versions of it, before 0.19, when you used feathers, you couldn't overwrite the default value, so like they fucking basically enforced the height of things. Ta-da. The not graying when you hover over, I think, is more to do with the tint being wrong, but you know, you can fix that at a different time. All right, so I guess next is to override all the other buttons with the correct buttony things. So we say button underscore as seen. So then we would say BSN. Then we just say paste this in because we have to override the fucking default button behavior, and then it's is it called hex map? I think that's the default. I think that's the top one there. Yeah, hex map. Right, so hex map and then map. Okay, so reopen this. Right to here. It's called hex map. Correct. Hex map. Okay. Then we copy this and we paste it in here and we say that this one is just called map. As seen. Right. So UI menu map.
Okay. Then there's a gap, and then there's skills. Copy that, replace skills, and then replace crafting. And we go here, and we go, okay, so skills. Is it just called skills? It is just called skills. And then crafting. We just call craft, if I was to guess, yeah, craft. Right, and then we have the other screen. And then we have the buttons and the bottom stuff, and then the right stuff. Paste this in, replace this with the word right. So one, what were you? Your items. Right. Paste, paste, and paste. Right, so we have items, and then after items comes health. Okay, what is health? So there's camp. Camp's pretty easy to find again. Okay, skills. Vehicle, wake. Wait, why can I not find the health one? Is the health one missing? Apparently so. Apparently the health one is called something else. So we go back to buttons and go, what is the health one? And why is it missing? Okay. So apparently it doesn't follow the same naming scheme as everything else and therefore got missed, which is kind of funny. It's called Cond. BTN main. Cond. Wait, what? Why is it getting missed but... Oh, I bet it's because it's got the word on. So it needs to be underscore on then to filter it out correctly. So the condition gets missed because it's looking for the word, for the little letter combination on. So it's on and down. Well, since it missed them, we can probably just like let it run and then it'll just add them. Hey, okay. Well, it found anion. But anyway. Okay, so it was missing others as well. I just didn't notice because they're not main ones. Because it conned. We go back to here and we say that you are conned. This is camp. And this is vehicle. V-E-H-I-C-L-E. Right. So now when I run this in here, we should end up with them all rendering the correct icons. Okay. Kind of. Well, first off, these are way too big apparently, but anyway, that's not really the point. Which one did I miss? Which one did not load? This one. Error, could not find item. Is it called items? An S. With an S. Okay. With an S. Hex map skills, craft. Item with an S. Okay. Okay. It's a little bit weird that it doesn't go all the way to the bottom, because I thought I said that you were 100% the height. It's probably because I fixed their width. Damn. All right. Anyway. I guess we'd say your background color to something and go, yeah, so you do actually extend all the way to the bottom. You're just not stretching. So that gap needs to, one, be bigger. There's a little gap. The gap needs to be the same size as one of the buttons. I guess they can all well, that's gonna make that hard, isn't it? Because they need to be the same size as those. Which is gonna be, I guess, a percentage of the height of. Okay, anyway. Yeah, which means they can't use the flex grow. I was gonna say we could use flex grow to get them all set same size. Because if they all take up 1/5 of the remaining space. Anyway. So we have our buttons. All the buttons are doing buttony things. I don't like that it's called help. So annoyingly, because of the fact that they are buttons and whatnot, is we need to somehow like get feathers to not set the background color. I think is what feathers is doing every time. So when we say like button as seen, when you spawn in, you insert themed background color. Yeah, and that's your issue, is that because you're a themed background color, when we hover over it, it's going to somehow set it to being That's annoying. So we can obviously make it like hover over when they're hovered. We would probably need to give each button its own thing. So they only have the on, and they, yeah, they're either clicked or they're not clicked. So we have okay, down, and on. Out of curiosity, what the fuck is the difference? Like, I don't think there's a difference between on. Oh no, so it's lit. Okay. My curiosity is like, is it worth cropping that out, having the on and the off button, and then making the little icons. They've got that for like the camp, the little camp icon. It's like the equivalent of saying like it doesn't have an icon, or like you could construct the two pieces of the button and put them together. Where is it? Maybe go over here and be like camp. Oh, it's probably in buttons actually. I like reveal in Explorer. See this little camp icon. I mean, what happens in the game when you hover over them? Like, they just get clicked down. They don't actually do anything. They literally just turn into the down variant. They even light up the light because they don't have a, like, I'm hovered but I'm not clicked option, which is kind of funny. All right, anyway. So I need to do some kind of, already it's the wrong way, but like, if you bring the game back over, like this sort of thing, where like it's the bar and it's got some indicators and stuff. But anyway, the actual one we need to do is the moves left out of 100, because that's like literally why we were doing this whole thing, is so that we could have the moves left. So the moves left needs to have something. So we need to be like here and be all like, so it's not label, because label is just text. I mean, I guess it kind of is just the text, isn't it? It moves left, and then the thing directly under it is, but the thing directly under it is the thing that needs to actually have the stuff. So we go back to like here and be like, okay, so this isn't a label. This is just a like a scene. And then we have to go to like menu builder, maybe. And then when we say menu builder, it's going to do the same thing as spawn. We're going to do like pub scene, which is going to take in mute self and something that implements scene. And then we're going to say mute self, and then we're going to say let e equal self.commands.spawn scene, pass in the scene dot id, and then we can say self dot last equals e, and then you return self. So that should then let it spawn a scene, and then we should be able to go like b as bsn, and that should just spawn in an empty scene underneath that label. And then we need to obviously flag that with some kind of character thing to say like characters. So I guess, is that going to go into UI? Maybe not go into UI. Maybe. I think they would just go into player. The issue is it's going to like result in a lot of weirdness of being like, say like mod UI. It's something like a player UI, and it would like be like pub struct action UI. And that's kind of it. You know, like fn update action UI. I'm gonna be like maybe home.
plugin in it, and this is going to be player UI plugin. Because I feel like this should go into UI because it's going to do its own thing, but I just don't know how we'll go about it. Like the only thing I can think would be to make the player have exclusive access to their resources, like their food, their thirst, their hunger, because then I could make it take in like a resource or an entity and then like render the component ID of said entity. Yeah, I don't know. It seems dumb. So action changed. Well, it's not changed. It's single, I guess. Actions. Like changed. Action. Yeah. So player actions, and then changed action, and then we say that the UI is the specific thing that happens. So we're going to say UI. It's going to be like maybe text. With action UI. Actually, no, it's not a component. Yeah, derived component, please. Derived component. You need a default and also a clone, I guess. Right. So we then say something along the lines of for UI in UI. UI.text. UI.0 equals format comma action. I can dereference it like that, maybe. Okay, and then saying actions doesn't implement display, which is exactly what I wanted it to say. Okay. I'm over here and like app.add systems. This is update. And then this is going to say update action UI. Actions doesn't implement display. Yeah, that's fine. And that's fine. Yep. So we have to go back to actions. That's actions UI. Actions. We want to implement display. Impl core std core format display for actions. F and format, and then we're going to say f.write format args, and then it's self available. Self X. Something like that. And then when we run this, so it's going to do jack shit because I didn't actually put it in the thing to be displayed, which is to go to scenes, world scene, Like, right, it's just not going to do anything. Yeah. It says moves left. Okay, so first off, it's moves left semicolon and you moves left. Then you go here and you say something like create player actions UI. I think that's right. App.interact with player inventory. No, so we would say like app.add plugin UI player UI plugin. So we need to make it like public so that something else can get access to it. And the bottom here, we're like pub use UI player action UI. Just made it public for you. Right here. Why can you not see it? Maybe it's still compiling something? Oh, it's called action UI. Right. So we put that there. And then the action UI is going to have some requirements, like it's going to require text. I don't know if it's going to require anything else, but it definitely requires a text. So the idea should be that when you pick it up, or like when it's equipped, whatever, like when it spawns, it should. Oh, it says 500 out of 500. Huh. Why is it not a child of where it's supposed to be, though? That's my question. Why are you not a child of... Is this you? Yes. Oh, because you're supposed to, like, do some kind of, like, child of... the scene. Okay, child of whoever, like, called it. You. Yeah, see, yeah. So we're going to say BSN. So you put the scene in, and then close the braces, and then you say like a child of. Okay, so I can't do that, which means we need to be like up here, like let root equals self dot root. Well, no, self dot. Yeah, self dot root. And it's like self dot. Oh, and it's root. Right. So that should then result in the scene resulting in you actually being a child of the thing that I put you under. And then when you move, it should update and it should change it from saying 500 out of 500 to being 400 out of 500. So moves left, 500 out of 500. And then I move here. Okay. Can I? Okay. Well, it does say 400 out of 500. I'm just apparently not allowed to. I mean, it works. So, I mean, that's kind of cool. So, hub from open common UI. Menu. What's he doing? Oh, I need to set the dumb fucking scene thing here. So label other scene is going to be just going to say scene. It needs this information to make sure that it actually renders the right fucking thing. And then it's just going to say BSN node xgrow Apparently the width is 80%, which I don't know if that's correct, but anyway. Like, it's correct for now, but I don't know if that'll be permanently correct, but anyway. Okay, so you do that. So we say, hey, your flex score is 1 and your width is 80%. So this is the content window. So then you also need to be pickable. Should block lower, false. And also map is hoverable, false. So something like that. Because if you're not hoverable and you're not pickable, it shouldn't block lower. That should. It's probably still not going to work because of the purely annoying thing of technically the main UI is still there, but where is it? Yeah, so the main UI is still blocking the pickable stuff, but like this stuff's all still clickable. So I just need to make sure that the main, God, what have I done? Stuff. Close this, full screen this. So you need to go back up to the main thing and be like, hey, when you say new menu and we say common UI, the common UI is going to say pickable should block lower, false. And also is hoverable is also false. Right, so I don't think that propagates down, which means that its children should still be pickable, even if it's not pickable. Maybe not. Maybe that's not how that works, but anyway. But it no longer blocks me from clicking down. So I can now click on the different parts of the world. And we now have no moves left, and then hit the spacebar, and we get our moves back. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. So you can't like, I guess that makes sense because that would imply that you're clicking like off the screen if you could click on those. It's a little bit weird that like something's happened to put the log and the tools up there and the context menus over there. And I don't fucking know what's going on anymore. I would also like you to say, instead of being left, can you be like margin it's like UI rect. Maybe. That should work, I think, because that should then put you on the right side of the screen, so that like I can make it as wide. I can make it much wider without necessarily losing. Okay. The other way. Try that one. So there we go. Now we can make it much wider. It still doesn't make sense to me why it's going over there, but you know. We can at least access this menu easily, and we can say, what the hell is going on? If I said so it's not going to be you, it's going to be your children, this node. What is your fucking problem? When we say like background color, you just apparently don't exist. So your width being 80% apparently is correct. You just don't have a height apparently. Hmm. What if I said your minimum height? I mean, that should fix the problem. Okay, we'll just do that then. So we'll say, here at you. You're the help bar. Content window. No, it's like min height is val pixels 1. The smallest you're allowed to be is a single pixel. Still not entirely sure why it's somehow calculating that it's 0 pixels tall, but not like it's a hard fix to say like actually you need to be like at least 1 pixel. All right. So what is setting this to only being like 50%? You're setting this to 50%. Let's say like 60, maybe even 70%. Because that would put you much closer to that side of the screen. There we go. Much bigger. What is it? You're supposed to be touching the bottom of the screen, but you're just not for some reason. At least you are, but like the text is too small. It's silly. Okay, so I guess what I kind of want to do is do some kind of like weird thing where I can specify some kind of like maybe a trait. So yeah, I'm not sure. Where are we? Yeah. Okay. So, oh no, we're wandering off into the distance. Right. So I guess next is to do the rest of these variables as like bars. So that's definitely going into UI. And I feel like the UI that I put the player thing in should probably also go in here somehow, but I just don't know how to do it in a way that's not going to be like really dumb. Move in game. All right, let's get rid of this in game because that's dumb. Right, so in like mod widgets. Right, so widgets is what we're going to call it because widgets is going to be like kind of make a lot of sense. I guess we should say UI working. Right, so we have our widgets. So the widgets are going to be like, maybe we like use Bevy preload. So I want something like maybe like pub struct widget. Target. Right. Which is going to hold an end. Right. So you have an entity. It says enter. Entity. Right, so we're gonna have like a widget like this, and so then we're gonna have a like maybe like a pub struct. I don't know how to spell gradient. It's a gradient widget, something like that. All right. I feel like you just do this and you say, hey, gradient widget, and so it has like a min. Max. Component, which is then going to be a component ID. Something like that. Where it's going to get a little bit silly, but so we have a widget so we need to reflect something like widget value. Float widget value? I don't know. This is going to have an fn min. Fn max. Something like that. Oh, and an fn current, maybe. We could just make it return a value. Not entirely sure how that would work. So reflect trait. Oh, sorry. This takes it itself, doesn't it? So we need to something that's like pub. I don't know. It's like pub. No, just fn. Update gradient. Okay. This needs to take in widgets, which is then a query. So then this query is going to take in widget target, gradient widget. Something like that, I think. Use a res app type registry, something like that, right? Alright, so but neither of these are currently components. Derive component. So this is going to be the entity the widget is reading the value from triple enter. So then this is this widget will show the component value between 0 and 1. Okay, so we have to derive component on YouTube. Yeah, derive component. Like so. Right. So then we say something like widget gradient, update gradient widget. So we're gonna say like query entity ref. Then we say for target comma gradients in widgets. Right. I say like let sum target equals object.get target.0 else continue. Right, so this should always work because you're always a gradient. So it should be okay. So okay. So we now have our entity ref, and then we're gonna say target dot get by ID. Right, and this is going to be returns an untyped read-only reference to a component of the current entity based on the component ID and the given component ID. You should prefer to use the typed where possible and only use this in cases where the actual component type are not known at compile time. Yes, indeed. Gradient dot target component. We're going to say let data equal pointer. Else continue. Now I do kind of want this to be like, can we be like info I'm going to change this to target entity, just so I can continue naming things. I'm going to say entity does not have Alright, so I guess first we have to make sure that the actual component can be reflected. So I guess the very first thing we do, we check and go, does the target exist? Right, then we're gonna say let some ref
reflect equals. I guess let tr equals registry.read tr dot get That's annoying. I guess do we change this to target? Things like components, maybe? Which is just going to be I think you're I believe you're allowed to be a system. I don't remember though. I want to say there's something you can do. Get descriptor. It's like gradient dot target component. Else, just return. Now again, we do kind of want to go like maybe do info stuff and be like info fails to get component descriptor. Because I don't think there's a get. Yeah, there's only get by ID. I don't think there's a get by UUID. Maybe there is though. Like maybe I can use the UUID to extract the component thing out. Anyway. Anyway, let's reflect component get descriptor. So this is component. Alright, it's mutable type ID. Info fail to get type ID. Why not turn continue? You never return something like this, you just continue on to the next one. Continue, please. Continue. So now we have the type ID, and then we say let some reg equals tr.get typed for type ID, else error failed to get float rep of component. Continue. Not like that, and then we're gonna say hey get type, and then it's reflect reflect float widget value. Right, so then that gives me this, which I'm pretty sure the only thing I can do on you is be like reg dot get, and then get returns me an option. I don't, yeah, okay, so we're not quite there yet. So we get you, and then that gives us a data pointer, but I don't actually know what I'm supposed to do with this data pointer. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to turn this into a solid type? Yeah, but what the fuck am I supposed to do with you? Let some comp equals tr dot get type data reflect reflect component is that what I'm supposed to use? Maybe I don't know. Type I do. Else error does not reflect component. Continue. Right. So my assumption is, can I use that to get a fucking concrete type out? No. Okay. Reflect. Okay, that probably is what I want. So that would be to go, hey, reflect, and then say no, not data. What's that pointer target? Okay, I'm gonna get here. I'm gonna go else error failed to get component. Continue. So this should give us a dyne reflect to the actual underlying data, I think, because I'm pretty sure that comp reflect is going to say cell 0 reflect entity into. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but anyway. We then have a dyne reflect. So we get the component, we then get this registry, and then we say let val equal reg dot get, and then we pass in comp. We say sum else failed to turn comp to float. Rep. Okay, continue. Who knows what it's going to do when it gets to here, but anyway, we get to here, then we go, okay, so now we have this, and this is our dynamic thing, so we're going to say let min equals val dot min, let max equals val dot max let current equals val dot current and let, I guess that's it. There are 3 functions, and then we're just going to say print line min max current. Min max current. Question. Nope. Okay. Need to be like plugin, maybe plugin. Then it needs to be like win. Widget plugin. Maybe like app dot add system. I guess to update. Update gradient widgets. Okay, so let's get rid of components entirely, because apparently we don't actually need that if we just make it keep the type ID instead. So then that would be gradient dot target. Right, and then this is just a type ID. Right. So then that would make that all the same. But we'd have an update to gradients here, and then we go back to here and we say app dot add plugin widgets widget plugin, something like that. And then we go back to this and we go, okay, so when you go here, I want to say like dot scene and so the annoying thing with this is we would need to know the player. Like so. And then we would say gradient so like create UI widgets. So we need to make that public, I guess, so that it's like things can see it. Fuck, why is it hard to talk? Jesus Christ. Okay. This takes into arguments, which is because you open this, which means we need to go like we need like player entity, something like that, and be like, okay, this, and then like player. Oh. Like that, because I can't be bothered. Player.player.0. Reference. There. Right, so that's going to pass the correct component, the entity down to you, and then you're going to get the entity, and then you're going to go healer, and we're going to say UI widgets, and then it's going to be widget target is player, and then rate UI so you don't get enter zone. Widgets, gradient widget, which is a min of 0 and a max of 100, and a tar component of, so we need to go to like, it's not going to be in player, but we're just going to put it in player for now because I'm lazy and can't be bothered trying to make like the entire separate crate. There's like, oh, creatures are going to get maybe we do. So we go to creatures and we go here and we go pub struct hunger, which is going to be an S32. So you need to derive component prelude, something like that. So then we get our hunger. Be like pub. Okay, so we have our hunger, and then we're going to go something like impl float. Okay, so we have to go back to widgets and make that public, whatever that was. Pub, like so that you can access it. And creatures. So it goes crate UI widgets float widget value for hunger. So min is 0. Max is 0. Current is max is 100. So current is self.0. Okay, so you do that. You do that. You need to also be reflect. You need to reflect component and also use crate UI widgets. Right, so we have you reflect component, you reflect value. We're going to go to player, work out when we spawn our player in. So we're going to give you actions. Then we're going to say, I guess like hunger. And we're just going to give you a value like 50. Okay, hunger is not clone. So annoyingly, you need to be clone, copy, and also have a default value, which apparently defaults to 0. That's fine. All right, so we've got hunger of 50. You do this. This is all running. Get rid of that. Right. When we run this, is it going to give us our player is going to have a value of 50. Well, this shouldn't even work at all because we didn't put this. We didn't finish this, which is going to be let ID equals core any type ID of crate creature hunger ID. Alright, so apparently they're all private, which is fine. We can fix that really easily. So I'll make them all public, and then it's going to say, hey, you can't clone this. Okay, so you need to be clone, copy, and also default. Which you're not allowed to do because you're not default. You can clone and copy though. Same with you. You can clone and copy. What else is it? It's saying it can't do it without a default. Entity placeholder. And then you're saying that the field is private, which is, I guess, again, fine. It's really easy to fix that. Say pub. And then finally, you're just saying that that one doesn't implement default. So min 0, max is 100, and target component is, I need some kind of arbitrary component, probably just hunger. Wait, what? Sorry, no. Core std, negative. Core any type ID of hunger. Okay. There we go. So now when we run this, is it going to do something? Probably not. I mean, it should tell me every single frame what the hunger value is. Maybe. I don't actually. Yes. Every single frame, it tells me that the hunger value, the minimum is 0, maximum is 100, and the current is 50. Okay. I mean, good to know, question mark. So, I mean, the way that this is supposed to work, I guess, effectively, is to say, I don't actually, no, I do access things without. The gradient widget is not allowed to target itself. That should make these impossible to conflict, which means that I'm allowed to access this mutably and say, is it node? Comma, node. Something like that. So instead of doing this, you say, so the percentage that represents is, so it's like that diff equals max minus min, let pro equals current minus min, let per equals pro divided by diff. Percentage. Per. Right. I want to know, are you just going to spit out 50%? If you spit out 50%, that's good, because it means that I can just say, yep, you're good. And then I can set your progress to that percent. Oh, all right, yeah. It's going to yell at me because I didn't say that this is required, and then since it's not required. No. Just paste an error. since node wasn't required, it was yelling at me saying, "Ah, but like." Well, it wasn't even yelling; it was just doing nothing because it was saying that like there are no things that meet that requirement. Okay, so 0.5, which I guess is technically correct. Times by 100. Okay, so that should give me my 50% percentage. I don't know if I need the min and the max for some reason. I guess I kind of do because of this and that and the assumption. Technically, I only need the maximum, and we could even make that. We could say current must return as a percentage. Solve a lot of fucking issues. Anyway, so we need to go something like node dot width equals val percent 100. Wait, what? No. Don't set it to 100. Okay. I don't see it, but apparently it's somewhere. Definitely spamming out a lot of crap. So it's not you. The vertical. It's this one? Or is it this one? Probably this one. Yeah. You don't have a height for some reason. Honestly, I have no idea where you are, so. Background color. I guess that's a percentage. It doesn't actually fucking make any sense. Okay, so still no clue where the fuck it is. There it is. What? Does that make any sense? Sure. So, mm-hmm. Well, that's interesting. Like I can't tweak the width. That's okay. That's fun. So, I mean, this is a. I don't want to say effectively working, but this is working in as much as I. You know. Right. Okay. So the empty ref that it's doing like that. It's doing okay. So you're doing something. That's for sure. That's for sure. Something tells me that I want to do something more like make the gradient a scene spawning thing. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. So I guess you don't need the min, the max, do you? So like you literally just target that. Right, because it right. So I kind of want to say that you're actually a scene component, and then it's like down here we like impl scene, impl gradient widget, and be like scene fn scene.
something like that. So I can't be component and scene component at the same time. Okay, lovely. So then we would want to say something like that. And then we want to say like target component. Maybe. Well, I guess we'd say target component, but then also entity. So like that, and we like target entity, and then we say player. I don't know how to do this. I just like VS Code. I know how to use it. I haven't done it. I don't know how to use it. I would prefer just to use something I know than to like go and try and like learn something new. It never works out for me. So we said no, there's fucking something like properties, props. Okay, let's go back to our wherever you are. Where's our UI stuff? Widgets. Okay, so we need to say that like pub struct widget props, which is our target, which is our entity. Which needs to like implement default, I think. Target entity placeholder, something like that. And then we go to here, and then we say props, which is then our widget props. Like that, and then you're going to yell at me because it's saying it doesn't take any arguments in. Then we go here and say scene, which is then widget props, something like that. And then we go down here and we say that you're a target so it's a widget target. Widget target is props dot target. Okay. Let t equal props dot target, and then you just get t then. Okay, so it's saying that it feels private. Okay. Right, so then the target is the player, and then the target component. Okay. I mean, that kind of works. I do feel like they should probably just return like a percentage. But anyway, so When I run it, does it do exactly the same thing as it was doing before? Probably. So we hit play. Okay. So it's not sort of doing anything. They're all called hunger, so that's probably not the most helpful thing in the world. Um, where's the fucking? So it's in 9 years, the first child, and then it's the second node of the first child, and then your height is like anything. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, so hmm. So we have the gradient widget. This shows that this is spawning two widgets for some reason. I think. I'm not entirely sure actually. I should probably name these widgets. Um, hmm. Okay. So there's a node, a label. I think this one's the node, so that's probably the like out of 100 sort of. Yeah, that's the text. So then you're called gradient widget, and you don't have any children. Okay, so so the gradient widget does the gradient widget thing. Right, lovely. So it doesn't have any height, which is kind of weird, but you know. So it needs something. It's gonna be like image. Node with an image, and that image is going to be, well, needed to be extracted, which is going to be a pain in the ass. Reveal and explorer. So you like up here, like assets, and then yeah, and images. One of these is not like the others. Where's the fucking gradient? I should make it dump them into a different folder if it doesn't find them. For no other reason than because of like, I want to know. I know it doesn't land in any of the other fucking things, so it's like I only want to be able to. I only want to be searching through. I only want to be searching through the like ones that didn't make it, the ones that got skipped. Hmm. This feels like a lot of UI stuff, but it's still not the same. This is the bigger stuff. Hmm. Where is it? I don't even know what it would be called. They like try and cut the search down. Hmm. It's a black. Spiral. Of course it is. So these are just random bits of text. I make the pictures even bigger. Extra large. Hmm. Camp icons. These are icons. Oh, there. So that's just the bar itself. My question is like, is there a colored version? What does the game actually do? So it's either gray or it's filled in with green. I think the green can be a different color. This is the minimap bounce. It is hilarious looking at this and being like, oh yeah, so they like just have a completely thing. Alright, so it's called GUIN. GUIN. Let's just search for bar. Asterisk bar. So there's only the 3 pieces. What do I look for, like, maybe fill? Nope. GUI. Oh, I bet you it stands for graphic user interface need bar. Okay, so there's the arrow, which is literally just an arrow that's the right size. So there's the bar itself, and then there's the red arrow. Okay, so it's just called GUN bar. I'm just gonna copy it because I really can't be bothered writing our little like macro thing to pull it out. Unnecessarily like complicated in my opinion. Yes, paste. Right. I actually don't know how big this thing is. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 pixels? Maybe. Can I open this with properties? So like View and Explorer, and then we like right click. Right click. Properties. Not copy. Properties. Okay, no. So is it open in photos? Hit it with photos. You can tell me how big it is? It's 10 pixels. Wow, it's like a very different color. It's also a PNG, so it's got transparency. I guess that's how they're doing it, is they're just setting a color behind it. That honestly unexpected. So just to show you here, so it's green, and it appears that the way that they've done this is that it is like literally just a green rectangle behind it. I do love that. Out of all of the things to use transparency on, this is the thing that they use transparency on, which is fun. All right, so we're gonna go back to here. I'm gonna go, okay. Now I gotta look at it. So the widget itself, when we spawn the scene, so my assumption is that you then put that on, and you name yourself the gradient target, and you insert this image. Right. So the widget target, and then there's the gradient target. So we're going to give the gradient its own target, something like that. But that's going to be done by saying I'm not sure. So you would then be like a UI / So UI slash GUIN bar.png. Right. So something about no rule with a comma. What? So gradient target. Bar, which is just an entity. I think about this being able to be recursive is interesting to me. I gotta go back to this and be like, how the fuck do I spawn children in 019, 019? So you would just put the word children. I don't think that's spelled correctly, but anyway. And then it would be like hashtag. There's a whole naming thing for it. It was weird. Yeah, so there's like BNN list A points to B, B points to A. But like, do A and B have to exist as their own independent components, or can I just like randomly name something? From what I understand, Helix is just like it's a low overhead editor, so it's just like VS Code, but like not VS Code. It's just a different text editor. So we went like children bar. You're gonna yell at me and say that bar's not a thing. Okay, and then we're gonna go. What do we call this thing? It's called bar, which is then. Okay, so it says something, something, something. You know what? I had to do that. Okay, no rule expected colon in rule expected this token. What do you mean? This lets me do it. Hmm? See, because that names them. I'm very confused. Because it names them, but it uses a thing. Thing. I stream until I get bored, or until I can't. Some of my streams have been very long. Some of my streams have been very short. They tend to err on the longer side. I was planning on splitting the stream into 2 parts and doing Snake like later in the afternoon because people tend to tune in later in the afternoon because it's America time. Like, you know, the Americans are awake, but I also, you know, got distracted. So. And there's no point stopping for like 15 minutes. If I stop, I'm going to go eat, and then I'm probably not going to come back. Why are you not allowed to do this? So I'm assuming it's because bar is not allowed to be called a thing. So what if I get rid of you entirely? Apparently this is allowed. Hey, maybe this is allowed. So you're missing bar, which would then be entity placeholder. I don't know what this yelling is about. So if I run this, do you work? See, I would assume this would yell at me because it can't find the type bar. But it didn't. So that throws me. The vertical, and then you're going to be something like it's vertical, and then we come to the children of vertical, and we go, hey, you've got a gradient, and then the gradient should have a child called bar. Okay, so, and then bar doesn't turn up as a component. Okay, good. Good, which means it actually is just actually calling it bar. So my question becomes, why can I not do this though? Oh. Yeah. YouTube does that for some reason. I'm not sure why. Whenever I look over at my thing, it's always like half an hour behind on the preview chat window thing. It annoys me. Anyway, so no rules expected. No rules expected. This token. Now maybe it's because this is. Oh, I bet it's because it's the name. So if you do the hashtag, then it becomes a name. Building what specifically? This particular application, many weeks at this point. I keep getting sick or like getting distracted is another thing I keep doing that results in me like not doing it for a while, but it's been a while. Not entirely sure how you're supposed to use so recursions root. So it's a root entity, and then so you can say root, and then children references root. So this has to be from template, right? Which is to say, well, you should work then, because no, so you work, but you don't, because you don't have a scene component from template. Okay, so we're gonna say maybe like we like struct gradient bar, right? We're just gonna derive component like so, and then we say okay. Oh, it's just gonna be your child. And it's like from template. And then you go here and be like gradient bar. Well, okay. So the gradient widget. Yeah, so you want the gradient bar, which is then hashtag bar. Oh, sorry, no comma. Yeah, I was gonna say like lots of this stuff is older than what I've just been doing today. Today I've been streaming for 5 hours, but that's like exclusively today. It's been related to making the player move around when you click. Like how if I really need to put a limit on that. So when I click like here, and all this UI stuff, this is all today, but it's not like entirely. That makes sense. Like so then we have the gradient bar. So then the gradient bar has this entity, and then we do this, and we go, okay, so right. So then you'd be like without gradient bar, and then we could say bars, which is then like a query for new node with gradient bar. See, because then if these are immutable here, these two don't mutate each other, which means that they cannot collide. And then we've said that these two don't collide, which means that you can't try and attach a gradient widget to its own to a bar of a different gradient widget, which is, you know, fair enough if you ask me. So I'm going to say let okay mute bar equals bars.get. Wait a second. No. You have the gradient bar, which points to that. Oh, god damn it. Because the answer is fuck you. I need your gradient bar. Yeah, and that means that they could possibly, well, they couldn't completely collide, but you have a gradient bar, you're without gradient bar. But you being mutable means that, like, there's no... We need to mark something like, we need like a marker that's like widget. This would like be like struct widget part. Right, and then this is going to be okay, like drive component. And then it's okay, so you're without widget part and you're with widget part, so that those two don't collide. And then we can say that the gradient bar is requires widget part. What do you mean? That's annoying. Well, neither. I live like half an hour from the nearest sort of major city. Even that's a pretty small city, like in terms of like it's only like 70,000 people. And I don't really live near mountains or anything like that. Like I sort of live near the coast. It's like a gradient bar and like that. And then we come down here and we say, hey, get me the bar. Else continue. We might need to like do a warning to say like, hey, you failed to select warn. Failed to get bar. So let's get you immediately. And that should give us access to the bar. Yeah, the ocean's only like 2 kilometers away, kind of like by the crow fly sort of thing. Most people in Australia live within a few kilometers of the coast because it's kind of like if you don't, it's desert, so not exactly a very nice place to live. Anyway, so then we say the bar is a node, so we say like bar dot width as a percentage. Cover bars midway. Okay, so that should get us our bars, which then gets us our bit. So we show the widget parts, and so we say, hey, your gradient bar, and then your children is the bar. Now, my question, I think, is can I wrap everything like this and say bar, and then we want to say background color. Background color. Like let's see equal linear RGBA. We want to say like, hey, you're green. Green. So then gradient color, and then we're like, hell yeah. Sorry, and then we're gonna go C. Capital C. Alright, what if we said color C? And then said background color C. So I think what that's saying is that the background color doesn't implement some kind of trait that it would need. So it's like it can copy C, it can copy the color, but it can't necessarily copy background color, which is a little bit weird. All right, so when I rerun this, you know, the summers in Australia are fucking so stinking hot. It would be great if I went to the beach, be so close to the beach, but like being this close to the beach does not make it any more pleasant to be at the beach. Right, so our little bar is working, I think, with its little gradient, but like it's not rendering anything behind it, which is fine. So we need to track down the actual bar itself, so vertical, and then we say, hey, gradient widget, and then we say, where is our index probably image node and then children? Yes, children. A child named bar, and then we go, okay. So you have a background color, you have no node, okay. Cool. So the bar itself, which is its own kind of entirely separate thing. Maybe. I guess it's here, isn't it? It's a fucking node. And it's like width of our percent 100 and a height, which is val percent 100. Something like that. And then we can do that. Okay. So they should make it fully green. Yeah, Chrome is horrendous for consuming all of your browser. I just use Chrome, but like I also have 128 gigabytes of memory. So yeah. Failed to get bar. Failed to get. Why is it failing to get the bar? So the bar is a node with widget parts, which is interesting. Ah. Oh, I bet because we did it again where I went like, no, this is the bar that's attached to the gradient. Yeah, okay. No, so you need widget part. Which apparently doesn't have clone, so it can't be stupid. Okay, so the widget parts is annoying because instead of attaching it to the
thing because there's a required component. Anyway, so it's fucking somewhere. It's definitely somewhere. It's making it past here. It's setting the bars width percentage somehow. We have U, and then we have U, and then we come down to U, and we go U, and we go okay, and then the bar. And we look inside not the name of the bar, the node of the bar. And we go bar. What is the? So you're 100% by 50%, which is what I'd expect. But you have an issue of, I guess it must be you, Mr. Gradient. The fuck size are you? Auto, apparently. Do you not have the correct image set, maybe? Now, first off, let's set. Okay, so I can't see you at all. Fun. You have an image node, and it's in somewhere. Where the hell is it, though? Oh, there it is. Maybe. So, why is it so big? Auto. So, but you are the image, so why the hell are you not the right size? What is going on? I'm using Bevy. Like Bevy's the engine. Bevy does all the like graphics and stuff like that. So like that's what I like when I write a function, like these queries and res and that's all Bevy. It like lets me type in like types and get back like the information that I actually want in a format that I don't have to worry about like lifetimes and stuff like that. So it works. With your height image. That it'll work. Why are you doing this to me? I don't get it. Why? That's your width. Your height being 100% is not going to make any difference to anything, I don't think. Except apparently everything log full underneath it. So it's probably not you. It's probably the fact that you're here. And then like overflow is visible, relative positioning, bounding boxes, none, scroll bar width, apparently. I think it does anything. Overflow clip margin, bounding box margin 0. Everything is auto. Aspect ratio is none. Align items as default. Auto. LTR. Margin border radius is flips no rib shrink grow. No. It's got to be like fit content or something. Aligned self. Center. Stretch. Aspect ratio none. One of these is like fit children or something. Space between, space evenly, space around, default. Stretch. None of these are doing anything. See, it's rendering the image, but is the image is part of this node? The bar is the children, and then why are you not? Also, why is the picture below? What? Which one of you is green? The bar is green. Why? So, are you saying that you should be the one that's green? Wait a second. But you're the one with the image. I am so confused. All right, so I guess if we flip that around, why is the one that's rendering the image rendering? I mean, it makes sense that children render on top, to be honest. I'm like, of course they do. Now, my only issue with that is that the child is now going to have to render on top of the parent, even when the parent is smaller. So go with the widget. Well, that does make it easier to not have to worry about like targeting the node. So instead, it's like gradient widget. Wait, no. Varcles, yeah. The widget target goes up here still. The background color actually goes on here. Sure, you can be a widget part. I don't think it fucking matters. I'm so confused.
Why do you get to be special? First off, your background color is wrong, but anyway. Second, didn't I give it to your child? Did I just not save this? I just didn't save this, okay. It still doesn't make sense why you get your fucking size set to 0, though. Okay. So... Wait a second, wait. Okay, which one of you is green? So the green one is the main image, but then for some reason the fucking image is only the quarter of the size of the... Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? Okay, so the aspect ratio is like 6 to 1 or something, but anyway, it's not relevant what I'm doing. Alright, you, and then we get like fucking you, and you had gradient fucking widget. Alright, bar. You're the one with the image now. Why are you 50%? Okay, and I'll make you 100%. Am I, because I'm setting the, yeah, I'm, okay. That's what I thought. Right, that's fine. Fuck off with your bar. We're gonna be like mute node without, well, I guess we just go without gradient widget. And then we say, don't fuck with the bar. Let me call you node. You node. Then we come down here and we just be like, node dot width percentage. Alright. So now instead of setting the fucking other one, we set the top one. The issue is that the other one's going to be a percentage of the bottom one, which means that our bar is 100% by 100%, right? Which I hate. I mean, it kind of works. Except we just need to keep the bar the same fucking size. Now, annoyingly, I think the only way to do that is to make it a thing of the thing. No, you. Fucking player running back and forth. And then it's you. Mm-mm. Right, since we're only fucking with its height, it might be possible for me to say that your height is 100%, and then your aspect ratio. Aspect ratio is sum width divided by height. Six. It's like 59. Expected type. What?
It's so weird that it won't let you do certain things like that. Anyway, giving it an aspect ratio of 6 should mean that it always ends up being the same width because the height's not going to change. Maybe. And the answer is no. I mean, it kind of works because as the fucking bar changes. That's so fucking stupid. It's more like, why are you set to that height? What the hell is going on? It does make me think that, like, I need to do, like, a double layered thing and be like, it's 100% with 100%. And then the first child is, okay, no, that's definitely not the right node to be fucking with. This one. Okay, you, what the fuck is setting your height? Nothing. Great, great, great. Oh, sorry. That's terrible. So fucking bullshit. All right, so I guess we need to do something like gradient and then gradient target and then be like children and then be like, hey. So I need it to be like maybe I assume the one that's rendered on top is going to be the one that's correct. It's going to be like something like this, something like this. And we're going to put this one here. Alright, so you give me 100% height, 100% width. And then you're going to be 100% height and 100% width. You're going to be the same thing again. You're not going to be 100% height. But you are going to be an aspect ratio of 6. And I do want your, I guess your min height to be fucking 10 pixels. Right. So that should give you fucking 10 pixels. Right, and you're gonna be the background color green, and then you're gonna have the widget part, and then you're gonna do the same fucking thing here, except that the bar is actually this one. So you have this, and then you're fucking green on top. And then I'm gonna get rid of your aspect ratio, because I don't care about your aspect ratio. We need to do the same fucking thing again, where we need to be like query. Widget part. And then you just be like, let bar equal this, and then you need to be like
This is a reference to gradient bar. And then I guess we just say node.0. And then you're like bar dot width. Okay, is this gonna work? Is this gonna result in us actually getting a fucking image? Like, because what's happening is we effectively need to have. Oh, wow, apparently it's 10 pixels high now. I don't think that's at 50%, but anyway. That doesn't feel like 50%. Also, why are you on top? Underneath, I mean. Why is the lower end one on top? Surely, I thought it went the other way. I thought it went the other way. Actually, they're probably just stacked next to each other, to be honest. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go like you bastard. You're there. If I turn this bar to be slightly transparent. Yeah, so the red bar is literally stacked next to it. Also, how are you at 100% fucking width? Alright, so I'm gonna say your position type to absolute, which I guess we can do with this, can't we? So you're green. Right, I guess we make you somewhat transparent, little bit. And then we go down to this one and we go, okay, then your background color is red and slightly transparent, so we can see through it. And then we say that your node's position type is absolute. Why is it only so tiny? Is it 10 pixels on my screen? Probably 10 pixels on my. I actually highly doubt that it's 10 fucking pixels, but anyway. Look up to you and go, hey. Look at you so tiny. So you go all the way across to there. Despite you supposedly being 10 fucking pixels and it. Turns your background. Make you black. We'd be very confused about why is your background not the one. Alright, does that mean the aspect ratio is the other way? 0.166. Oh, didn't like that one. So I pop that open. It's so small, I hate it. Here's your note.
So if you're 10 pixels high, you should be 60 pixels wide. Where's the computed node? Computed. Excuse me. What? Why are you saying 3? Hmm. Your width was 100. Hmm. Apparently that does jack shit. Okay. Doesn't seem to matter what I set the height to. Minimum width is 2 pixels. Apparently that doesn't do shit. I didn't like that either. I don't get why. Defined is the width divided by the height. So 60 divided by 10. Which would be 6. But yet it doesn't actually seem to fucking render as 6. I don't get what's going the fuck on. I wish I never had to touch fucking Flex ever in my life. It never does what I want. Like it never does anything near what I think it's going to do, which is obviously like a me issue with the like not understanding like the order of operations or something. But like, why? Why is it not here when I said it's fucking width to 100%? Its width is 100%. It just doesn't show up. It's just not there. But I bet if I remove the aspect ratio, it'll turn up. No, apparently not. Where the hell is it? Well, apparently it's got a fucking height of 0. Where the fuck is it? I guess this isn't enough room. Maybe? Possibly? I don't fucking know. Where is it? The aspect ratio is just fucking nothing. Alright, so I mean its width to be on 100% and its fucking aspect ratio to be 6. I also want its background color to be something other than fucking... Right, so I can see it, but like... I don't see this working at all, to be honest. Doesn't make any sense. What the fuck's going on? Where did it go? Okay, there's just, it's too small. It's getting consumed by something. I don't get it. Okay. Yeah. Let's convert more of the fucking green. So we go back to like here and we can be like, let's paste. Oh yeah, apparently we just copied an empty line. So we're gonna copy this, we're gonna paste this here, we're gonna say this is thirst. Water, because apparently I can't fucking spell. Okay. So we need water. What was next? So then it was energy. Let's just go with those three. I'm unclear about why the other things are not allowed to take up the full fucking width of the screen, but anyway. Right, so here this and this. I mean, copy this, paste it here, and paste it here, and then they're gonna go. This is water and energy. And then we have to go back to the player, wherever the fucking player is. We have to go, hey, you have water. Water's going to be at 75%. And energy. Energy's going to be at 25%. Now, the annoying thing is that they're going to still need text above them, but hopefully by reducing it, it's going to mean that like they don't quite fucking fill the entire screen. Lovely. Now, for some reason, they're ever so slightly different shapes and sizes, but whatever. We need to go back to our fucking widget code here. Okay, first off. First things first is to say, don't bother coloring in the external one. The background. We should now have 3 separately sized bars. We do. I still do not understand why they do not perfectly align, but whatever. So dumb. I think margin goes out, padding goes in. So if we pad them all by a little bit. So this is the bit we're coloring in. So we need to say like pad. About it's a UI rect all val pixel, like let's go with like fucking 2. I legitimately do not understand why some of them are fucking padded more than others. Well, not padded. Like, why they don't line up? Like, it should just be identical code twice over, and like for some reason the middle one is just ever so fucking slightly further to the left than the rest. Like, why? Why are you slightly further over? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Why are you special? What makes you fucking special? Why? Oh. I'm gonna go fucking mental. You. Computed node. Is it the fucking UI transform? No. UI global transform. Why? So this is the X. Yeah, okay. 12.8, 12.86.5, 12.86.5, and then you're at somewhere else, aren't you? I bet you're fucking not 0.5 for some fucking unknown reason. It's a different length and everything. Like, why is it slightly fucking smaller? I fucking hate it. No, you're also at 12.86.5. Or is it? No, you. Okay. Which means it's this is in the fucking different spot, right? Like 12.86.5. What? What? Apparently they're in the exact same location. X-Y is the place. Why do you change size? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Whatever. I'm fucking okay.
So there's you, and then you're not the one that I'm padding, am I? Like I've fucked that up so badly. No. Okay. Yeah. No. All right. So we go into this, and we go. Okay. So in your children, we have the bar, and then the bar is the one that actually should have been padded. Good. Alright. Well, apparently maybe it wasn't padding that it needed. Maybe it was fucking margin that it needed. Indeed. Okay. So the answer is fuck you. Can I please be like padding? Oh, percent. No, it's like UI rect in the UI. Oh. Right. So adding a tiny bit of padding should mean that they don't touch each other, and for some reason touching each other fucking breaks them. I don't fucking know. Okay, they're at least all fucking at the same length now. Can we add like maybe 2 pixels then, and then we're going to come down here and we're going to say this is margin. We're going to move them all in 2 pixels from the fucking edge. All right, so now you've been moved in. I'm going to fucking need more padding. It'll be a padding of like 5. Okay, it's apparently too much fucking padding. I hate it. Fuck, I hate it so much. Why? I don't remember how it fucking goes either. It's like let's just open up in like F12 and have a look and be like element, and then be like when I click on an element, fuck me Google, you need to like tidy up your goddamn thing. So the auto is the section in the middle, and then there's padding, and then there's border, and then the margin. So the padding is the border inward before the items, and then the margin is the border outward before the next element. So I fucking don't know. If I like did this and said margin, and went like, hey, like, what are the odds is actually like makes you not fucking touch anything? Like they're at least 1 pixel apart. I don't understand why this one gets to fucking move in. It's literally smaller than the rest of them for no reason. I do not understand. Why are you smaller than the rest? Like, do we go back to where we spawned it and be like, did I fuck something up? Like, did I accidentally put in a fucking number? It's the middle one. They are like literally identical. It's copy pasted code. Why is it different? Why out of all of them is it slightly fucking smaller? I feel like I'm going insane. Why are you different? Two six eight. 45. 268, 45. They're the same fucking thing. They're exactly the same. So why is it a different fucking size? I mean, technically, it's not actually you. It's you that's a different fucking 269 45. Wait, you are different size. Why are you 44? What? Excuse me. Wait, what? Why does that one round down? Like, it's the unrounded size, which I assume is the size that is actually like calculated, is the same. It's 44.8. But that one rounds, this one rounds down, and the other one fucking rounds up. Why? Why did you put it 1 pixel further away? I hate it. What are we going to node? And said because it says it's 40, 49 by 10. $5.9. I'm wondering if it's just like a weird rounding issue that comes from the fact that like whatever number it got. Now it's slightly fucking smaller. Excuse me, what? I hate it. I hate it so fucking much. Why? Why do you do this to me? No, it didn't like that either. The answer is fuck you.
I'm just so confused about why they are fucking slightly different sizes. One pixel in. Hmm. Okay, do I have to like do maybe this? Because if I give one a margin and I don't give the other a margin, it's going to make one slightly different size. It shouldn't have affected the fucking absolute size, but it does make sense that they wouldn't quite line up if I did that though. Yeah. Okay. Again, this is for some reason it's just that one is fucking smaller. Can't tell you why. Just is. Just fucking is. Whatever. Legitimately do not care anymore. Mm-hmm. I guess what we need to do is go to like maybe go to the player and do some kind of change. Stats, and that's going to just take in the player. Player, we're going to take in mute, hunger, mute water, mute energy. Let RNG equal RNG. Then come down here and like 4. Food.0 equals RNG dot random range from 0 to 100 as F32. What? No, player. Player dot player. Oh, right. I'm gonna erase the line. Alright. Do that. Go, hey, we don't need this. Let's go back, change stats, go up to the top here and be like, hey, system
Yes, update.
Sure. This is just going to randomly change the fucking player's stats every single frame just so that we can see that they are actually bouncing around. Yep. Okay. Cool.
How to slow it down. So we're gonna put it in fixed update. Okay, fixed update. I don't think anything else uses fixed update, so we can be like add there's like insert resource time fixed from hertz 10. So this is going to make it tick 10 times a second. And this is in fixed type, which means it happens will happen 10 times a second. And then instead of doing that, we're going to say it's going to be like food.0 minus equals 1 if food.0 equals 0. So it does need to be like from like 1 to 100. Because if I roll 0, then it could possibly crash. But anyway, well, I guess not, because it's a float, which means it can actually go less than 0. So we're like food dot. Let's just copy this. Paste and paste. Except this needs to be less than or equal to. Less than or equal to. Less than or equal to. Water.0 minus equals 1. Hello, welcome to the stream. I am getting very frustrated. Energy.0 minus equals 1. I legitimately have no idea reason why, but like, I have 3 squares that I'm rendering on top of each other, like with images in them, and they don't line up. Like they are copy pastes of each other, and they're out by 1 pixel. Like the middle one is out by 1 pixel, and it's driving me spare because I have absolutely no idea why. Like I worked out that it is actually in fact calculating it to be 1 pixel different. Like that, it's not just like they look like they're out by 1 pixel. Well, I should escape instead of fucking. They are actually in fact out by 1 pixel exactly. But I don't know why. The middle one's out by 1 pixel, and if you resize them ever so slightly, they change. But it's this one here is 1 pixel fucking smaller than the other 2. It's really hard to see, but like they don't quite line up. Just slightly further. That's why this bit of green is visible. It's because there's like everything else. It's like there's this one. It's 1 pixel. It's not even 1. It's like it's half a pixel because it's one. The whole thing is a pixel smaller, which means it's only out by half a pixel on either end. Anyway. Ian Bernard Howe. We're going to continue working on our widgets. So, why don't I get a new type of widget first? So this is our gradient bar widget, which does gradient bar things. We need a new thing entirely. It's going to be called so pub struct threshold name. Threshold name widget. Right. So we're going to say that this is going to have a names, which is going to be a vector of tuples. That are F32 strings. Something like that. Right. So then this is a threshold name widget.
I don't remember how this works, but anyway. Scene widget props. Maybe, I don't know. So this is a component, derive component. This is going to require a name. No, text. Sorry, text. So something like that, and then we're going to say, okay, so first off, so I'm gonna like something like which short names. As you can tell, I'm slowly going fucking insane. Like for like that, maybe. I don't know. What do you want? You're saying that you have to take in TNT, yeah, and then you have to return ordering. This magic trip around. Okay. Yeah. So you didn't populate. Populate. Okay, yeah, good. So we're gonna pick up here. We're gonna go hey widgets, and we're gonna do like app.add systems pre-update. Right. So what I have in mind for this, the stupidness that is this, is we're gonna say if names are changed, make sure they are still in order. Right. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know why you have access to the gradient bar. Wait, how did I even get... Oh, no, it's... Okay. Doesn't need to be mutable, but it's still... get access to the bar. Anyway, so then we have this, and we're going to say, hey... wait. Update name widget. Right, so the name widget needs to do, like, exactly the same thing as this weird fucking thing. I guess is to say, widgets, which is then a query for like widget target and threshold name widget. Okay. And then like mute name. Sure. And then you're like this and this here, and we paste these two in. Like that. So you'll need these two additional pieces of information. Sorry, they don't go there. That's not where they go here, thank you. This is one of those, I really should just like do something with this to make it more not copy paste, but anyway. So something gradient, so target component It does make me think that maybe it should be the widget that holds the target. Hmm. So that's a type ID. That. So you hold that piece of information, I think. I'm not entirely sure. So then we say, hey, so you get the target, and then you get the value, and you pull the value up, and then you calculate what the value is as a percentage. And then instead of printing that percentage, you're going to say, I don't actually even care, but anyway. We're going to say for name in self. Wait, no, it's a widget. No. The fuck do they call it? Gradient. Okay, no. No. Widget. Thank you. Names. So this is threshold, and then this is the name. And then we are okay. So I'm going to need to get like a name out somehow. I think. Not entirely sure. Okay, right. No, you have a name on you. Okay, that's cool. So we have this mute name. So something like that. And we go here. We go here. Okay. You're behind a shared reference. Good. Okay. Right. Right. Iter. And then we're gonna go if per is greater than threshold, then self.name then then name.0 equals a new name, not toString. Okay, the answer is fuck you. Okay. Okay. Also, it's not name. It's text. Text. So we iterate that, and we get to here, and then we just break, and then we move on to the next one. Okay. Apparently I'm misspelling threshold. Alright, cool. So we check to see if the current value is greater than the threshold. If it's greater than the threshold, then we use the threshold name. I think that seems correct to me. Okay, so is in my one. That's hilarious. Anyway, okay, so for threshold and threshold and the new threshold, and we set the name. So that means that when we go back to our fucking world sceney thing, our common UI, we go button. So you spawn in this scene. but I actually want this to be more like children. And we go, hey, so you're like that one. And then it's like, wow, which one's on top? Right, UI. Excuse me, widgets. Is that not public? It is. Why is it not working then? Threshold name widget. Okay, so go back to the widgets thing. Scene component. Scene. What do you need? Like a widget props. Then we need to like import threshold name widget. Scene, which is then props, which is widget props. Something like that. You're not clone apparently. You need to be like clone, copy, and also default. You're not copy. Okay, so we need to import default for threshold name widget. Names is then going to be just an empty vector, and then the target component is going to be great breaches, hunger. Fuck, did I get it up here? Nope, you. Something like that. There. Right. Alright, then this can go away. And then that'll works, and then this will works, and then I'm going to go here. I'm gonna go, okay. I don't think you actually do anything. Wait, no, you do something. Copy this. I'm so tired. So T is target and color is color and R. Okay, so this is a name widget. So I'm gonna move target T, and then it is an aspect ratio about an aspect ratio. Sure. And then you have nothing, and then you have just a text like that. Oh, you have to return something that imports scene thing. Right, so then you should spawn in that, which is a named widget, which is a widget target, which is a node, which is text. So next we have to come back to our common, and we say, okay, so you have a target component, which is also just ID. Your at target is the player. And your names is vector. I don't remember what the list of food things is. Okay. Neo scavenger wiki. Something hunger and thirst bar. Death. Botany skill, nutrition. Okay. Okay. So, if I search for Sati, Neo Scavenger. SATED. Status bars. Nutrition. Alright, well, it clearly says it's good. Okay. I'm going purely off the fact that I can see it on the thing, so it's so it would be like 90. I assume greater than 90 is going to be well fed. I don't know what the rest of them are. I don't know, I guess if it's greater than 75%. I don't remember what it is, it's like peckish. So let's go like more than 50%, you're peckish. I wonder if it's actually in, like, if I search in here, is it going to find it because it's part of the, like, code that I grabbed, like, the data? I don't think any of these are going to have it in it, but anyway. Nope, okay. Oh, okay. So, peckish. Hungry, which is going to be, like, I guess, like, 40%. Maybe more than 30%. More than, like, let's say 15% is famished. And greater than 5% is starving. I don't know what happens if it gets to the end of the list and just not it. I guess it just does nothing. Right. So that might do something. Might do nothing. Who knows? I guess we run the code and find out. So I don't know what this is supposed to say. Hungry. Okay, this didn't like that at all. Why did it not like that? It said something without. Right, because you don't have the part, which means that it failed to. Maybe, I don't know. What did I fuck up? Widget. It's because you are not without part, you're without threshold name widget. There you go. So that's just basically it's saying it. It's possible that I could request access to the text of something. So I have to make sure that any of the objects I can access, I can't possibly turn up in that query. Well, somehow 2 of the fucking things have disappeared. Well, like not 2 of, like 1 of the bars is just gone, which I'm guessing is the food bar, which is kind of funny. Like, why? Did it throw an error? Can I get it to maybe stop printing so much shit so that the errors become completely useless? I'm assuming it's throwing an error. I didn't quite clearly see it. It is printing colors. So did it throw an error? The gradient widget entity with the inherited visibility component as a parent without an inherited visibility component. So you're saying that there is still 2 of them, they're just not. The vertical. I'm going to say that's a bit of a maybe. There's the gradient widget. I need 1 child though. Bit weird. Oh, I think it's because I need to do like that. Otherwise, they're just the same component. That's how it knows that they're different. Okay, so it still doesn't like it, but that's more because now it's saying there's 2 things that don't have the named widget entity with the inherited visitor. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me, can I just like say node? Thank you. Apparently not. Oh, sorry, it doesn't go inside of a child. It says up here. This is node. Maybe. Hmm. I mean, it's kind of right. Flex direction. Oh. Okay. Wow. According to that, it's just always starving. Which is kind of funny. Now, that tells me that I'm probably doing that the wrong way. And I want to say, just like, can you just print line widget.names? I feel like I've got it backwards. So when I iterate through them all, I'm effectively finding starving first because anything's bigger than starving. Yeah, starving, famished, hungry, peckish, accurate. Honestly, less than actually makes more sense. Less than 5, less than 15, less than 30, less than 50, less than 75, less than 90. hungry, famished, starving, peckish, hungry, famished, starving, well fed. Apparently, well fed's a little bit big. Yay. Okay. Hmm. Alright, well, you can stop like printing it out like that. Good. I do feel like they should probably be like maybe move a little bit closer together, but again, I have no threshold for like what it's supposed to be. I guess well fed becomes 100, doesn't it? Because it's like less than 100. I don't even know where I declare it. Like in here, maybe. This would be 101. So it's basically saying less than 100% well fed. And this is like maybe it's like less than like 80. Less than 60. Less than 40. Less than 20, and then like less than 10. Lovely. But then in theory, I could just like copy the same thing and then paste it here and here, except it'll be the same text for everything. But what was the? So apparently it says well hydrated is the okay. Well hydrated. I don't even remember what the fucking rest of them are. It's locked. Yep. Okay. Let's make sure I did the right one. Yeah. Okay. Slacked, and then it's like thirsty. Thirsty. Maybe it's parched. I don't know what comes after thirsty. Parched. Dehydrated. I don't know what the fucking equivalent is. I'm gonna ask an AI and be like, what is the thirst equivalent to ask AI. What is the thirst equivalent to famished? Bum, 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 bum. And it says nothing is reasoning. No, I've got parched the way. Desiccated, I love that one. Alright, so it's that desiccated, and then we just reorder these and get like 40, 30, 10. 40, 20, 10. So you're well hydrated, you're slacked, you're parched, you're famished. Wait, what? Oh, did I fuck that up? Right. Okay. No. Sure. Okay, there we go. That's the correct way to do it. Alright, so I'm gonna keep overriding the wrong one, am I? Yeah. Okay. No. So it's dehydrated. Replace famished with desiccated. So then that becomes 20 and that becomes 10. Right, so you're well hydrated, you're slacked, you're parched, you're thirsty, you're dehydrated, you're desiccated. Desiccated just means like without water. I do think it's kind of funny that the AI was talking like I was reading its chain of thought because it's not even what it recommended. It recommended dehydrated, gasping, or dying of thirst. But I was reading its chain of thought and it's like terms like desiccated, and I was like, well, yeah, desiccated. Desiccated is definitely the term that you want to use with a player dying of thirst. Oh yeah, desiccated. Because it's the same thing as it's like up here when it's like you're starving. I was gonna say emaciated is that would be the equivalent term. So it's like if you're desiccated, it's like basically you're dried out husk, and if you're emaciated, you're nothing but skin and bones. Anyway. So we now like well rested. Energized. Energized. This one's definitely the level of tired. Maybe weary. Wary. Exhausted. And blacking out. Exhausted. Right. So there's our different levels of stuff. I should probably also name these correctly so that like I can when I go around it, like because I left them all called hunger. What? Unburdened. Apparently I cannot read the word unburdened, so this is load. Body temp. Outside. Temp. And health. money. Money, gap. Okay. But I just want to know what this, like, how dumb this looks in game. I think the last thing I do for tonight is just add the colors, so that like, you know, like at least have the little bars be like blink, 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 blink. Yeah, hungry. Dehydrated. It's like that. Okay, so I mean that does look pretty cool. I do like that. So we just need to add the color gradient ability to the same like thing where you're gonna go here and you're gonna say like oh, I guess it's this is the color widget. I mean, it could be its own thing entirely. Honestly, I'm lazy enough. Well, it's not even lazy at that point. It's you know. So this would be the threshold. Just copy everything from here down. And then this is the threshold color. Widget. Oh, sorry. Threshold color widget, which instead of having names has colors. That's when I give the colors names. Hello, paste, 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 color, paste, 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 paste. Then you sort by the same thing, sort by multiple times. One. So colors, update. Color widgets. Now the issue is that the color widgets are going to need the background color. Now it is background color, but it isn't background color, so it's so we need background color. It needs to be with widget part, and then this needs to be without. Widget part, like so, and then we have the name, and your name isn't a name, it's bar, right? Like it's gradient bar. And then you just need to say like let bar equal color.get new name here. Okay, and then we say, hey, for threshold. For threshold, name, new name, new color. Widget. Okay, I guess they're still called names, but anyway. Aha. And we say if per is less than threshold, then name. So then, so bar.0 equals new color. Okay. Okay. We just need to go in here and be like, okay, so we have a node. You don't think you need any of this stuff? I actually don't even think you're going to be part of this.
mean, you might be, but wait, you're a component, that's for sure. Drive component, and it's going to require background color. There you go. How did I fuck that up? Okay, it doesn't like that for some reason. Sure. You can sort the names, you can sort the colors, you can update the gradient widgets, you can upgrade the gradient names, update the color widget. This is all just a terrible way of doing this, but anyway. Update the color widget. My issue with it is that the widget's too narrow is not the right word for it, but like effectively you have to attach it to this one because it's going to be using part of this to know which one it's going to target. So it's like create widgets. Threshold color widget. And then it's like that. Something like that. Why are you complaining? Because I've changed these out for colors, which is not what you are now. Just shift and... Nope, that was the wrong button. That was also the wrong button. I think I made it work. That was it. You. Shift end. Backspace. Replace comma. And then you say color. Yeah. RGBA. And then you go 0 tab 0 tab 0. Right, so now they're all black. Oh yeah, and then your ID. Sorry. Target component. Here's the ID still. What is your problem? Oh, threshold color widget's apparently not clone. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make you fucking clone. Why the hell was I doing this here? So apparently they're all red at the moment. So we're gonna say, hey, you start off like bright green. And then I guess like to make it like a darker green? You don't know what the next color would be. And then it's yellow. Color is yellow. It's like red and green, right? So like 0.5 maybe. Well, only like bright red down here, maybe. Actually, no, we want this to be like maybe like 4. Also, there's no need for it to be every single color, I guess, but like 5. So I mean, maybe. No, this is definitely yellow. Maybe 1.8. Okay. Hmm. Okay. 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 So we just like copy you, put you. Something like that. And then again, like. Alright. So what we can conclude is that the ID really doesn't like correcting the formatting of this. It seems to detect it as actually something that can be formatted, but it just doesn't quite want to catch it. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Excuse me, game, but why cannot click and drag? There's just never been. Okay, I'm just getting confused because my game can do it, but this one can't throw me off. I mean, I guess it's working. I can do the others, but I don't care. I want to end the stream, but I'm like also like, but it wouldn't take much. I still hate that it's not the fucking same. You're getting colder. Play has moderate hypothermia. Okay. Unhurt, no money. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna conclude that. The inability to speak is probably a good sign too. I'm gonna conclude that we have been successful today, and I will continue the stream tomorrow as we work on. I guess I kind of want to add the rest of them. I don't like the way it looks. It's doing my head in that they're ever so slightly not correct. Anyway. Yeah, okay. Tomorrow. I need to resume tomorrow because my brain has just decided that it's had enough. So I can't even think straight. Thank you for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow.